am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
Command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attenders, join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay, Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning. You're tuned into the BDTV breakfast show right here on Business Day. Thank God it's Friday. We have enough pack to keep you going this morning. And of course, my name hasn't changed. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us today from our Lagos studios. Of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm also doing this alongside
Deborah Eze.
Deborah, good morning.
Hello.
Deborah, how are you today?
Good morning.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How was your work from home?
My baby Friday was good. I like to
baby
call
Friday.
Thursday, baby Friday.
That's what you call it now.
Yeah,
oh,
so
nice.
it was really good.
It's actually the perfect day to actually do a work from home because then you're already
exhausted from Monday to
and you're
Wednesday.
easing into the weekend already, and then Fridays are always light, so perfect. Perfect. Well, let's see what we have on the headlines today. Got quite a number of stories this morning. The first one being Naira rallying to 1,445 per dollar, and its strongest since January 2025. And then few queues re-emerge in Lagos despite Dangote Pengasan dispute settlement. Again, Sanu Nasu threatened indefinite strike for October 6 over 2009 agreement. Now, oil slumps to 16-week low on U.S. showdown and possible OPEC plus plans. Those are some of the headlines this morning. But let's start off with, the first one today, talking about Naira rallying to 1,455 per dollar, which happens to be the strongest since January. I think it's a good thing to see the Naira, picking up, and this being its strongest since January gives us a little bit of hope because it's the start of October. So it gives us a little bit of hope that between now, December is coming. So between now, we're in October already, barely 1 month to December, which is when the spending would triple. Obviously, the dirty December, people are coming from out of the country. They're coming to Nigeria to spend, the best of dirty December, the clubs and all of that. So it's good to see the Naira picking up at about now, and hopefully I'm hoping it maintains or even picks up even further, rallies even further, so that then people the places, the activities that people will be partaking in, they can pay, and then they can make more money, and then that makes more sense for our economy. Because what we saw last year was we saw that during dirty December, we saw clubs and some of these places also collecting dollars, and I thought that wasn't a good idea because this is Nigeria. I don't see going out of the country and then I'm paying maybe Naira. You get what I mean? So if the Naira can pick up, then I think it's a good one for us.
Yeah, I think I'm not surprised. It's the usual whenever it's like the ember months, because there is like low demand and supply when it comes to the dollar. But let's see if they can actually like stick to the stability of the Naira, because if you go through like the past years, it's the normal thing from October, November, December, because most people are not looking for dollar anymore. That's the demand supply, because definitely they're planning on coming down for vacation, and all the monies now are just packed in one place. The Naira usually like gain strength as at that time. So I just hope that after the dirty December, like you said, the Naira will still maintain the strong form that it has now. And it's not just about the Naira being strong. It's about, is it reflecting Are you
economy?
Are you feeling it that anything is going on with the naira? Because people are still finding it very difficult to eat. People are still finding it very, very difficult to even see the money to spend. So where is this, quick fix coming from? Where is this? How is it working? And it's not, reflecting in the economy. So that I still don't get. Hopefully we'll get answers. Yes. Hopefully we'll get answers soon to how this magic is happening.
Answers from who exactly?
from the Cardoso. We get answers from him. So we understand why, I'm still buying something for an exorbitant price, but then the naira is still, the naira is getting strong day by day, going head to head with the dollar. So hopefully, this is not just one quick fix. It's actually, they're really fixing it. It's just for us to see the miracle and the wonders, that it's going to come with. So yeah, that's what I think.
And then speaking of hopefully getting answers, we do have today, there's going to be an event which, of course, the CBN governor, Olayemi Cardoso, will be at, and he will definitely speak, and then we'll be airing that in the coming days. So we'll like our viewers to watch out for that. So we probably see some of the answers that Debbie is talking about.
Please, we need answers.
We'll definitely speak to that. Moving on now, fuel queues have re-emerged in Lagos despite Dangote Pengasan dispute settlement. And that's a bit shocking for me because, on my way to the office today, I did encounter a little bit of traffic. So usually there's always what should I call it, a benchmark or a time where, coming from access, you don't want to leave past the time because then you would now be susceptible to traffic. So that happened. And I did see few queues and I was wondering what was going on. So the news this morning also confirms that. And I'm a bit shocked because I'm thinking, is it a little bit of a backlog from the few days where, they had a little bit of this dispute and wanted to go on strike? Because why are we experiencing queues? Did you see any queues?
It started yesterday, actually, on my way back from GRA. The Uber driver wanted to get fuel, and we checked from Ikeja down to when we got to Abulegba. None of the fuel station were selling fuel. Like, oh, there's no fuel. And before that, it's funny how I was even like praising the whole since when Dangote started handling the whole distribution of fuel, we've hardly like seen fuel queues like it was 2 years ago, 2023, and some part of last year. Like we're still talking about that before, boom, we now see that okay, the fuel stations are not selling fuel, and this morning the queue actually started. I'm not surprised. And I think these are things that Dangote is actually trying to curb. People trying to like use things that are supposed to be amenities to people as a form of raw gold, and for them to like be able to like access. Because Dangote did not stop operation. Simply means there was actually distribution of fuel. If your outlets wanted to like get fuel, you know where you're supposed to get. So why then are we now having this queue? You're trying to like prove a point that okay, we went on the strike and you called our bluff. Now we are going to like show people that this is what's going to happen when you actually make one man in charge of a whole sector. So for me, it's just the usual. I'm not even surprised. I think what was more surprising is the fact that the queues actually like went down for a bit. So he coming back now, just like okay, it's the usual business.
So do you think they're hoarding the fuel?
Of course,
or they're trying to just pass a message?
I think they're ordering the fuel and trying to pass a message at the same time, because you can't tell me that in 2 days, the back and forth for just 2 days, you don't have fuel again for people, and you're now enabling traffic, like you said. Now the routes you would pass on a normal day, you can't do that again. You have to like go before time so you don't encounter traffic. It doesn't make sense. It still boils down to trying to pry on the innocent citizens that have nothing to do with whatever conversation you had or did not have with Dangote. So I'm actually, I was telling someone that I'm actually happy that Dangote now has like, a kind of say when it comes to petrol now. And I'm sure that these are things he's also trying to curb. So let's just watch and see. I'm sure it will get better today. Let's just see how the fuel queues would end up by the end of today and see if there's like the Pengasan president is going to come out and address the situation, because he promised us that the strike would not affect anything. We will not see queues. We will not see anything that will disrupt businesses. But that's not what we are seeing.
Well, that's not
now.
what we're seeing, obviously. So
hopefully
we just keep our fingers crossed and hope that it doesn't spiral beyond this. What we're seeing, yes, we're already seeing the queues. It's already been a little bit uncomfortable for us, but not very bad. So hopefully it doesn't worsen, because one thing that happens with situations like this is then you're entering into the weekend, and then the weekend, and it just worsens. And then when you get in, if it's not quickly, nipped in the bud, then into the next week, it just worsens, and then it makes things tough for people going to work, people who won't have to fill their generators or whatnot. So we hope that it's nipped in the bud on time, and then everyone can just go
works
back.
hand in hand with petrol. I still don't get it. No one has been able to make me understand. Now that there are actually few queues, that's when you see that if you're having like normal 18 hours power supply, you reduce to 4 hours, and then gas becomes scarce, or that's when they decide that, okay, we're going to increase our price because I've been enjoying so much. I still don't understand how all of this work hand in hand, and it has to be when there is something wrong, in the petroleum sector, that these remaining ones arise and be like, okay, I think we can actually do something to make these people suffer more. That's really what it feels like.
It's not a coincidence, especially for the one where you said electricity supply now reduces? Are you sure it's not a coincidence? Because
why is it always a coincidence?
What do they stand to gain from then?
That's what it feels
like. Are they also working? I think that one is a coincidence.
I don't know. Then the gas, a coincidence too?
No, gas works hand in hand now. So because sometimes for where I fill my gas, it's also at the fuel station. So that
makes sense more.
Something.
Okay, but still, power supply.
Power supply, I think it's just a coincidence, because when you don't have fuel, I don't know. Like I said,
but really, have you noticed it?
I think I've noticed.
That's when you see, because if I have power supply, I can manage to jump the bus to come to work. I don't have to go and queue at the filling station to buy fuel to power my gen. So everyone is during the fuel scarcity, everyone would be at the fuel station and be wondering, are you all driving cars? What's going on? Some be like, oh, for my gen, we've not had lights. I don't understand why they took the lights. That's why you see everybody, and it becomes a chaos. So I'm trying to understand how they actually work.
The linkage. But I think that particular one is a little bit of a coincidence, because I don't see how it ties into it. But like for gas, it's also because you might most likely you get your gas from the fuel stations. But let's just hope that it doesn't get out of hand into the weekend. The next story today is SANU NASU threaten indefinite strike October 6 over 2009 agreement. So you see, what we've been seeing in the past week is a trend of strike, trend of suspension. They suspend and then they say, oh, we're not done yet, or if anything doesn't happen, we'll strike. And then away from the threat, you also see that the strikes actually begin and then stop. It just seems like across different sectors, we're just seeing a strike trend. And to me, it's actually not good to look at. It's disheartening, if you ask me, because now we're getting this threat of another indefinite strike at October 6th again. I don't want to experience another strike.
See the 2009. How old was I in 2009? I don't think I was up to 10 years old. Because how are you still talking about the same thing from 2009? This is 2025. Come on. See, I just think they should just cancel everything. They should just cancel all the agreements. Let them all start again. And I mean for all the sectors, both resident doctors, both ASU, SANU, and NASU. They should just cancel all the agreements and just start over again, because this is shameful. 2009, you're still having to threaten to go on strike
over an agreement that happened in 2009.
I don't know what to
It's
say.
quite telling. Honestly, there's really not much to say. There's really not much to say. Why, while we want to be, we want to be ambassadors for Nigeria, want to speak concerning Nigeria, but sometimes Nigeria doesn't even, how they say, like in a family, when you're speaking for a child or speaking for a member of the family that maybe has like a very comes up with the black sheep, and then your Yoruba people will say that borrow similar, like you don't even make me have something to say, because Nigeria, we are talking about we want to speak about the country, we want to just be positive, we want to not be so negative about the country, but sometimes you see certain things and you're like, it just makes you, to be honest, there's every reason to just snap and just say the worst things, but we have to just keep being we have to keep our hopes alive and keep being positive.
Be accountable, because is it 2009 that is just getting me speechless?
The year for you. Like, no, so we have a systemic problem. It's not just when we're talking about this strike thing, especially in universities, it's a systemic thing. Like I said, all through when I was in university, we experienced strike. I'm not sure there's anybody that went to a federal university that did not experience strike.
You said it, that someone would even say, when are we going on strike?
When
the heck is that was appalled. Like,
for real, that was it then. Now, back then in school, it'd be like, I'm tired, all this or I beg, when it's strike. Really, because it was a thing, and it's weird, because how would you be craving for strike when there's holiday period, but because you know that there will definitely be strike, so at the point when you are just frustrated and you are looking, let the strike come, because it's a thing that happens, and it's weird, it shouldn't be, but it's a thing that's become. And the painful part is, how many people can afford to do private school? Do you get? No, not so many people. So it just comes back to, so I understand when people just feel so negatively about the country, but I'm not going to encourage that. At the end of the day, I'm going to still say we should just keep being positive and keep, I want to go spiritual and say keep praying for the country, but just keep contributing our own quota to the country. It gets better, to be honest. Things are not, it gets better. Things are not the way they used to be, if we're being honest. If you look down the back to the years, I remember there was a time where electricity, where I don't know about you, but I can talk about the fact that now you can boast of 20 hours power supply. There was a time when power supply was crazy. It was not even existent. I can't really say that right now in urban areas we find people making use of lanterns. Am I? So lanterns, candles. I think those things have eradicated.
Technology than the government,
because of lamps.
Yes, now
things are moving now. So things are changing.
I think it's actually individuals changing it, and not necessarily the government.
So that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, we have to be, private organizations. It's still part. It's all part of the country. It's all part of the nation building. So everyone is not going to. It's like when you see things going wrong and you're just sitting back. Everyone has to work hand in hand. That's what our anthem is even about. I mean, the former one. So so that's really it. So we can't just sit back and just complain. We have to do our part. You see a problem where there are challenges, the truth is there are always opportunities. Because in the same vein where we complain about Nigeria, there are people that are coming into Nigeria every time because they're seeing opportunities there. And then we Nigerians are complaining. But if you travel, like in Ethiopia, you're seeing people that are coming to Nigeria. They're coming they say they're coming for businesses. They have and you are wondering, it's not the same Nigeria, that because where there are challenges, there are always opportunities. So that's that for that. A final headline this morning says oil slumps to 16-week low on U.S. shutdown and possible OPEC plus plans. I don't know if you have anything to say about this one.
No, I don't.
So we'll just strike that and go on a quick break and be right back for the newspaper review at the time. So let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire. As far back as 2019, authorities busted at least 10 major locations notorious for drug sales. These include Ikotun, African Shrine, Oshodi, Abattoir and Akerele Streets, Mushin inside Ojuwoye Market, Ajegunle, Ijora Under Bridge, Makoko Otu and Odumara, Akala Street and Pate Street. By 2022, the NDLEA described Lagos as the biggest hub for cocaine and cannabis use in Nigeria. More recently, a 50-year-old woman faked pregnancy to traffic 1.3 kilograms of cocaine, but was intercepted by the NDLEA. That is just one example among many. The trafficking of drugs in Nigeria is as old as the practice of medicine itself. It remains a closely knit yet highly accessible trade, especially for today's youths. Statistics reveal that 14.3 million Nigerians are affected by drug abuse. 1 in 4 high-risk users have been arrested for drug-related offenses ranging from possession at 73%, theft at 12%, sex work at 5%, burglary at 4%, and shoplifting at 2%.
There's a common saying that maybe it's from the Holy Scripture, which says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. I'm not here to judge on people's morals, but with the growing rate of unemployment that we currently have, this is can be related or is directly proportional to how frustrated people are, and this definitely will increase the intake of hard drugs, psychoactive substances, because people want to try as much as possible to avoid thinking. So they engage in psychoactive substances to build, to just feeling more or less as feelers. What factors are driving this current growing trend? Unemployment, frustration, not being able to meet up with what people want to meet up, or maybe with the current timeline they have created for themselves in life. So this can be one of the reasons why this is a growing trend.
The use and sale of hard drugs is tearing at Nigeria's social fabric. It fuels crime, weakens mental health, undermines productivity, and destabilizes communities. Hard drugs are not just a personal problem, they are a societal menace. Did you know that the use of hard drugs can result in psychological instability, reduced productivity, and life-threatening health disorders? For instance, tramadol abuse is strongly linked with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, and even suicide. The connection between drug abuse and psychiatric admissions in Nigerian hospitals is alarming. Beyond the users, families also bear the weight, suffering financial drain, neglect, and broken homes. Dr. Usman Bugaji once said, "At the moment, hard drugs are the greatest threat to Nigeria's survival. For the country to survive and thrive, the menace of drug trafficking and consumption must be addressed squarely. It is a national emergency." Remember, hard drugs are not just a personal issue, they are a family and societal menace. This is Amanda Emasibue, reporting for Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. Still the BDTV Breakfast Show this morning from Lagos City, from our Ikoyi studios. We still say welcome back. Let's see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Still in the studio, I'm still Elizabeth. My name hasn't changed. Of course. And of course, we have Deborah as well in the studio. Starting off with the Business Day paper this morning, the big story here says how startups are winning with smart capital strategies. This is from our head of technology desk, Royal Ibe, who will definitely be joining us much later to break down this story in bit. And then still on the front page in the data sector, says Sanusi to banks publish data on loans to women-led businesses and calls for 50% female recruitment. And then on page 4, it says Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission issued distribution licenses to Excel Distribution Company Limited and IE Energy Lagos Limited. But very quickly, let's just skim quickly on this story on Sanusi to banks, telling them to publish data on loans to women-led businesses and calling for 50% female recruitment. I think that this is delightful to see. When he going into the story, it says he called for a mandatory quota system that would ensure that 50% of new recruits were women, with 40% of senior management positions occupied by women, and including at least 30% of board seats. And he said this at the launch of the Gender Equity and Social Inclusion event, which held, I think that was yesterday. To be fair, when we talk about women in leadership, women, occupying these positions, it's no longer just a buzzword or something that we should say just to sound politically correct. It's actually something that is quite crucial if organizations want to actually move forward, because women have some traits that balance it out. From men are great, like women, men, we're not saying that the greater or the lesser, but women have certain traits that just help organizations move forward, because the intuition, the management skills, the just having the eye for detail, that just helps things just move from point A to point B that men might not have. So I think we're past the time when we just overlook women. Women are just for certain positions and then they remain there, and then it's like, okay, men. I'm happy that things are changing. Like we're seeing presidents of women, we're seeing president of companies, women. We're not just seeing men. Back in the days, you probably see maybe like 4 men, the president, the vice president of the company, the this, the that, then maybe the woman will be the secretary, if you realize. But things have changed. Women are no longer secretaries and EAs anymore. Women are holding the positions and they're running things, they're making their voices heard. So just hearing Sanusi mentioned this at the gender equity event. To me, we need more men, more he for she that think like this and speak like this and actually mean it. And it's not just looking like tokenism where it's like, okay, just to look politically correct, you just have to just put one woman.
Do we really have like lots of women? And it doesn't just cut across organizations or in the white collar business. It doesn't just cut across that. So many people, they don't have the mentality of women doing certain things. I'll give you an example. Yesterday I was so pissed at the gym. I was using a certain machine for a certain program, and the guy comes to meet me and be like, this is supposed to be for the men. I usually hear things like that. It has never happened to me. So hearing it, I felt so disgusted. Like, what are you even saying? Is that even like, how did that sound in your ears? It was like, yeah, this is supposed to be for the men. You're not supposed to be here. And I just, because of it, I added like 2 more sets to it. That, okay, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm going to be here and I'm going to do what I'm going to do. So it's not just about, like you said, saying it. It's about even educating this man that, see, what you can do, I can actually do it, if not better. So when we have that like mentality stuck in their head, we won't be having conversations about why are women not dominating some place, or why is a woman there? It's a man's position. And during the course of my career, Elizabeth, I've had like times where I'll be like, oh, are you doing this to me because I'm a woman? Because it's so glaring. Like, are you not giving me this opportunity because I am a woman? Do you think I will not do better because I am a woman? So I don't think it's something that can be rooted out, completely.
And you see a case where women have to now work twice,
I promise you.
The thing that a man would do and then the thing that a woman would do, and will probably be recognized. And when a woman is doing it, it might just be,
or when you do like,
so you have to work now twice as hard to now prove yourself. And it's a trend that's continued. To be honest, it's not something that is easily wiped out. But that's why we need more women actually, standing strong, actually doing the thing and just gaining the respect in the best possible way. Because I think one of the things that they also try to, I'm trying to avoid the word I'm trying to use, just try to downplay is because of compromise. So I think it's very important for women to just be good at what they do. It's a lot of work because you are wondering, why am I not just we're doing the same thing? So why do I have to like overly do a lot to prove myself? But we've just seen that that's the kind of country we live in. Also, we live in a very patriarchal society. So that's also another thing where the man's voice is maybe more important than yours. You go to meetings and then it's like the man is like,
let him state his opinion.
You
just have to say
you could even be the boss self, and they're like, oh, sir, what do you say, sir? And you're like, so it's just knowing how to just have that. Sometimes it depends on anybody's approach. Maybe you want to use a quiet, confident approach, or you want to be the one person that addresses it immediately. But it's a big issue. It's a big issue. Just talking on the business side of things. When women lead businesses, the difference is always clear. If you look at businesses that are led by women and the ones led by men, the difference is always crystal clear.
They're not too logical to run businesses.
Right. Mrs. Ibuku Awoshika, let's say something one time. I was having an interview with her, and she talked about genderless inclusion. And she was like, this is no longer a conversation we should even be having, because by now, people should know why genderless inclusion is really important, because of women. Like right now, just like I've been mentioning, women handling businesses, the difference is crystal clear. The emotional intelligence they also apply to businesses, it's crystal clear.
They come from different farms.
Yeah, it's
Really
crystal clear. Forget that narrative that thank God that things are changing. That narrative back in the days where they would say, oh, women, this, that.
I think
it's
because
not
women
true.
are actually more bold to actually come out and start their own businesses. Because if you see businesses, most businesses are actually run by men. Not all.
Not all, definitely.
It's still male dominated. But women now they now have the courage to say, you know what, I can do this. What it doesn't have two heads. I also have one head, so definitely I will be able to do it. And that's why like I used to say, men are too logical to actually like run a business and keep it standing. People argue with me, but that's it. You don't need logic to actually run a business. You just need, like you said, that emotional intelligence. You just need to be hot and cold for you to be able to like, okay, understand that if I sell this, I can get #1 million from it. And it's women. Who else is hot and cold?
I wish we had a man on this set as well, so that we just get a balanced view. So it's not looking like we're just speaking because we're women or saying the same thing.
I think that it's just clear. It's just clear because the fact that we are women, we definitely have experienced what it means being in a male-dominated, either career or in a male-dominated place. So definitely we understand. No man can actually say, oh, whenever I go to like a women-dominated place, I feel less. I don't think any man can actually come out to I don't think so. If there is space, I would like to see it.
Exactly.
But it's always women, that would have to be talked down, put down every time they find themselves in a place where, it's supposed to be a man. See, trust me, if you see a woman driving a truck, even me and you that are women will be wild like, yo, that's a lot. We're not supposed to be like that. It's a truck. As far as you want to drive it, you should be able to drive it. I remember when I went to like Gambia, my family, and I saw that women were actually driving like bikes. I've only had to see that in the East. But I saw that women actually drive scooter. And I remember I came back, I was telling my dad, I want a scooter, I want to get a scooter. And my brothers were looking at me like, why do you want to drive a scooter?
Why do you want a scooter?
So it's still mind blowing that wow, so women can actually like do things that we see most men doing. So it's not just about business. Like in every sphere of life, women have to like do everything. Times two to be better, and not saying like you're trying to like overtake a man or trying to like use a man's shadow to like make the best out of yourself. So yeah. This is really a good development.
Yeah, and just to finalize on some of the things I noted, he noted that Nigeria's financial system cannot achieve full stability and growth unless women are systematically included at every level of decision making. He also said that the reluctance to break entrenched barriers is not due to lack of qualified women, but because those benefiting from the male-dominated environment were unwilling to let go of their privileges. He also added that we overthink gender inclusion and then we imagine problems that do not exist. A lot of the obstacles are deliberately placed there. I don't think anybody could have summarized this as better than this. Also, kudos to Mohammed Sanusi, to the Khalifa of Tijaniya Group, because that's what he does now. He was the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Well, let's move on and see what we have on the front page of the Punch this morning. It said the big story here says Southwest states tighten borders amid banditry surge in Kwara, and this is on page 2 of the Punch papers this morning. And on page 27, the small one there says Obi won't join dollarized primaries. Obedient reply Atiku. Now, on the Southwest states tightening borders, the writer says Oshun Ondo deploy tactical teams, riot police in border communities. Southwest state fortified against attacks, and this is according to Amotekun Corps. Its intelligence agencies track bandits, plan containment, eliminate criminal elements, CDS charges security forces. And then on page 7 of the papers, says EU canvasses urgent reforms before 2027 poll. And then on page 7, still on the Punch papers this morning, on down bottom left hand side, it says Oluwo ridiculing Yoruba monarchy. This is from the traditional rulers. And on page 4 and 5, we see an unfortunate one where straight bullet kills Oshun graduate after NYSC call-up. This is sad. I don't even want to think about it. And on page 14, it says NAFDAC destroys 15 billion naira fake expired drugs in Oyo State. we're not talking about 15,000 naira. We're not talking about 15 million. 15 million is even a lot, but you're talking about 15 billion naira fake drugs. Look at, do you know the amount of people this could kill? Sometimes the situation in Nigeria makes you like, you want to, I don't even know,
Well,
I don't even know how to explain
it's really hard
it.
on people like you to actually stay very positive, because it feels like you have to keep reassuring yourself that Nigeria will be better. It's just one of those things. For people who have accepted the fates, when we see things like this, we're just like, well, it's one of those things. But it's really sad. It's really sad that we are still going through fake drugs here.
15 billion naira fake.
Yeah.
An expired drugs. And do you know what's painful about it? The fact that there are people buying these drugs, there are people that are selling these drugs. How unfair is it that you are sick and then your sickness is worsening because you have to take fake drugs, because you're taking expired drugs and you don't even know? You know, so many times, like, you know, yes, we'll say, oh, that's why we say don't do over the counter, don't do this. But the truth is, how many people can afford healthcare? Healthcare is actually expensive in Nigeria. Okay, let's move money aside. You have a slight headache, malaria, whatnot. When you think about the queue before you get to the hospital, before you sit down, before you battle traffic to get to your hospital, the one that you can have access to, think about it. It worsens your sickness situation. Then you sit down before it gets to you, before they say, okay, feel this one, ma, sit down there. Then you wait for how many hours? Nigeria happens to be a country where knowing people, connections is what gets you ahead. And it's crazy because it shouldn't be. Why is it that basic services that you should be able to have access to, you need to now say, someone now tells you, oh, do you know, me, whenever I want to go, I just call my doctor, I call this person, they just, it should not be. I don't like it. It has now created some sort of unnecessary classism for basic things. When we're talking about classism, it should be for more serious things, not because you want to, your lights, something happened, and you can't just call PHN, you know, that's why there's a customer care. You can't call and say, oh, XYZ thing, you'll be on the line for ages. I'm saying all these things because I experience them, because I often like to do things the proper way. And then I'm like, it's not like I don't know what's called, but I'm like, why should basic things, why can't we just get them the right way? Why can't we have a system? To be fair, many times I'm very positive, like, you know, like about the country. When I see people jackpot, I'm like, why there are opportunities here? But the truth is, people are leaving because they want a system that works. They want a system where these basic things, you're accessing them just as it should be, not because you know this person, you know that person. Because look at this drug situation now. How many people can afford to go to a hospital? So you're just thinking, well, let me just step into the nearest chemist, and then we call it chemist, you know, chemists, because those ones, who even taught them? It's just, they're also just trying to make a living.
Even the so-called pharmacists, let me not call them so-called, the pharmacists, you know, I found out that if you don't even have your certificates, you can actually run in some places. You just have to keep the regulatory body, and they would form like, they seize your goods. Before you know it, you know, you reopen the back and all that. And someone even said something, speaking about hospital, it's fancy. The person was like, you know, Debbie, I don't like going to the hospital because they will always see something that is not there because they want to extort money from me. And that's like the reality of most Nigerians. They rather just go over the counter to like get drugs before the hospital would say, this thing that is in your hand is looking like something. And the reason why you went to the hospital, you can't even afford it. And then they get to, like, you know, diagnose things that you know, sometimes are not necessary. That's what most people think about, and they patronize this, you know, chemists.
But because
and
the chemists also, those ones also just want to sell.
They just want to sell.
Time.
Yeah.
So I think it's two sides of the same coin.
Let's look at the basic ones now. You have headache. You obviously would not go to the hospital because you feel like a slight headache. That's why we have like first aid kits, and you decide to like go over the counter to get paracetamol. Do you know that now we have like different kinds of paracetamol? there are paracetamol that you shouldn't be taking. There are some that, you know, they are produced by roadside and they just like repackage like life, and they sell, you know, as the original product. How would you know? Paracetamol is like first aid. You're supposed to like get that anywhere. You get what I'm saying? So it's still the same thing. It's not just about selling. They give them paracetamol, the company supplies paracetamol or wherever they buy it from, and then they sell to you. So it's not, sometimes it's not actually like the you mentioned, you were saying something about it's the chemists that sell like drugs that are not like fake drugs and not. Sometimes they don't even know, to be honest. They don't know that this drug is not what it is. There's Piriton also. There's some Piriton that you use. Piriton is supposed to be for sleep, right? It's also like first aid. You use Piriton and then you're not sleeping and you're like, what's going on? And then you see that, oh, there's Advance and there's this. Most of these chemists, they don't know. They know that, okay, it's a pharmaceutical company that supply drugs approved by the NAFDAC. You get what I'm saying? And then they sell drugs that they are not supposed to sell to people. And it takes for casualties to happen before they will now come and say, oh, we thought this was safe to use. People should not sell again. And then this chemist should have gotten like, you know, a chunk of it. They will want to sell it now to get like their money
and
back.
That's even a problem. We have, what we started is a very problematic group course, because I mean there was a time when I used to buy, you know, a sachet of Panadol about 200 naira, 100 naira. But now we're talking about I'm saying where I will buy, where I buy, because some might say, well, it's not up to that, but that's what I see. So 1, 2, and I'm like, really? Because back in the days, that's the price you'd buy. I remember back in the day, we could be talking about buying a pack for 500 naira.
For 200.
But no, I'm talking about a pack.
Yes.
A pack, not
for
a sachet.
200.
So, but now we're talking about just a sachet. You're talking about 1, 2. And when you think about the minimum wage, you know, even take away the minimum wage, because really right now what we have is the rich and the poor. How, I don't even know how, to be honest, I don't know how many of us are surviving, because when you pick a sachet of Panadol for 1, 2, and then you've not eaten, and then you find out that, okay, so are you buying Panadol to just upon an empty stomach, because you've not even eaten. So when you think about this, is not back in the day where if you say you want to buy roadside food for 200 naira and you're good. I find out these days, if you want to buy roadside food, maybe you even need like 2,000 something, 3,000 something, and that's roadside food. What if you don't eat roadside food? Like, it's just crazy, because you're thinking, how much are people earning? So why will people not see the drug that maybe, oh, they'll say, at that chemist, oh, if don't mind those people, they are too expensive. They sell 100 or 200. They will go there regardless, because they don't want to believe. You know, sometimes you want to numb something in your sense. You don't want to believe that of the possibility of it being fake for it to be that amount. You're just thinking that the other people are selling more expensive because they want to make money. So the situation, like, where do you even start from? Where do you start from? Okay, people talk about even feeding, where, look at me saying that you are even saying 3,000 is not even enough to eat roadside food. And it's crazy, because back in the day, 3,000, say, oh, family of 5, oh yeah, take, this is your money for the week, oh, your food 500. 6 of you are good, you eat, oh, give me rice 50, this one
you can't even beat that, because when there's a spot when you buy 1,000 naira rice, you'll be looking at it like, madam, is this 1,000 naira rice? So it's like you said, it's really crazy, and I really hope we like, you know, find a balance to this, and, you know, come to like a crossroad or the middle, where, you know, citizens does not have to like go through
find
this.
a middle ground. But we have to wrap up with the papers this morning. The conversations have been quite interesting and heated, but let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning as we take it away. So that you see, it's like a hospital ward. It says people's ward, and then you see a man on the bed, sick, really sick, as you can see, and then is taking drip. Is
laughing, he's suffering and laughing. Yeah, that's
and then
true.
you see taxes and levies. And then this I don't even understand. No, they're taking his blood. The blood is taxes and levies, and
using it to pump the economy,
being used to pump the economy.
That's full of
now
debt.
In this economy. This economy has overload of debt on it, so it's mind-blowing. I can't even reconcile it. Like, it's actually jarring. And then you see in front of this vehicle, which has the economy, you see two people who we know smiling. They don't even look bothered. And then the one on the red cap says, the people have made their sacrifice. Now they will expect us to make ours. And then the other man says, the vice president says, we don't have any sacrifice to make. We are government. And then you see, is that a bridge or something in front? It says self-service only. So you're seeing that the people are the ones making the sacrifices for the government. Usually, the actual government that works is where the government is the one making the sacrifice for the people. But now we are the ones making the sacrifice. We are in,
normally
a situation.
In a more sane clan, when the government says, oh, you have to pay your taxes, you're not supposed to like have conversations about it, because as a citizen who is actually working, you're supposed to pay taxes to the government. But you can imagine the uproar in the country because you've come out to outline how citizens are going to pay tax, because this is what we fear, that you use our tax to enrich yourself. Because how much is our tax that you want to put it into the economy that's actually full of debt? Definitely is to enrich yourself and not do anything for us. And you can see the patients on the ward, that's the citizens, you and I. He's actually smiling because he has his teeth all open, and then there's actually tears in his eyes. Meaning, this, you see, January, it's not going to be easy. You heard it first. It's not going to be easy, but I'm going to try and take your advice and remain positive, but it's not going to be easy. So just brace yourselves, because people are going to pay
we are
tax.
very good with resilience and adapting. That's one thing. That's the unfortunate thing. It's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because we will weather the storm. It's a bad thing because it makes us to not question or even what's the word, confront certain things and disagree.
It's the norm.
We just take it and we will move.
Well, I don't think it's going to be so again. Once it starts deducting taxes, you deduct people's money and they don't see what you're using the money for. Nigeria will come up with another means.
We've gone through worse things. We're not
taking our money. We're not taking our money.
We're not like Kenya that will go on the street and protest. How many times have we went once to protest that? Since then,
true that.
Since then, what has happened? Anyway, we had to wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment at 9 a.m. Of course, Debbie will bring you the business morning. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. welcome. This is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress.
Nigeria's universities, as the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions, have threatened to commence an indefinite strike starting October 6th. The Joint Action Committee of both unions had earlier given the federal government a 14-day extended strike ultimatum, emphasizing that the strike comes after the end of their 2-week extension of the ultimatum over the abandonment of the renegotiation of the 2009 agreement. This, among others, was contained in the communique at the end of its 52nd National Executive Council meeting held at the Alvan Ikoku Federal University of Education, Owerri, Imo State. In a communique signed by Mohammed Ibrahim, president of the SANU, the union frowned at the inequitable and negligible allocation of the 50 billion naira end allowance, wherein only 20%, which amounts to 10 billion naira, was allotted to the 3 non-teaching unions. And to end the news, oil prices slide for a third day in a row to a 16-week low on Wednesday as the U.S. government showdown Fed worries about the global economy, while traders expected more oil supply to come on the market with a planned output boost by OPEC Plus next month. Brent crude futures reportedly fell 68 cents to settle at $65.35 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude fell by 59 cents to settle at $61.78, marking the lowest close for Brent since June 5th and for WTI since May 30th. U.S. oil production growth will stall if prices stay near $60 per barrel, as fewer drilling sites are profitable at that level. The CEO of Diamondback Energy Fang, one of the country's top oil producers, said on Wednesday. And according to reports, U.S. gasoline futures also closed at their lowest in almost a year in other energy markets. And still to come after the break, driving digital transformation, how human-centered design is shaping the future of African businesses. Do stay with us. Now, welcome back. You're still watching the Business Morning. Now, let's move to the first conversation for today. Across Africa, businesses are increasingly embracing technology to stay competitive and relevant in today's fast-paced digital economy. But while technology is a key driver, success often depends on how well solutions are designed to meet the real needs of people. Today, we'll be exploring the role of human-centered design in driving digital transformation across Africa, from agriculture to startups and social impact organizations, and how this approach is shaping the future of businesses. And joining us is Obafemi Victor, a product designer and a digital transformation consultant. Good morning, Obafemi Victor. It's good to have you on the Business Morning.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. It's good to have you. Now, let's move to the conversation by looking at the big picture for stuff. So let's start with the basics. What does human-centered design really mean in the context of digital transformation?
All right. Thank you so much. So to answer these questions, we have to clarify the terms. There are 2 terms here: digital transformation, one, and human-centered design. These are 2 broad disciplines that we need to break down before we could answer this question properly. So, for digital transformation, it's more like businesses, organizations leveraging technology to help them boost their business operation processes and to just help them stay competitive advantage over their competitors, right? So it's not just about slapping technology to your processes and just ignoring the problems, but it's basically understanding the problem and trying to look for the sufficient technology that would help boost that particular business operations, right? And right at the center of digital transformation, we have the people, right? So it's like three core categories. We have the people, processes, and the technology. So you don't ignore the people and bring in the technology, or bring in process without like considering the people, right? So that's for digital transformation. So for human-centered design, human-centered design is also an approach, is also a discipline where it's a problem-solving discipline where it is structured in a way where you design products from a problem-solving mindset, right? Now, before you do that, you have to understand those users they are designing for. Let's say, for example, you are designing a product, a digital product, let's say a mobile application that solves a particular problem for a particular audience. You have to really understand this set of audience you are designing for and make sure you try to solve a problem that relates to them. You don't just like design and just ignore the people. So with this definition, you see that right at the center of both digital transformation and human-centered design, it's actually the people. The people at the center, right? So you look at different examples of digital transformation processes where people have evolved from, let's say Netflix, for example, which is a very big brand, which evolved from selling like a very key example of digital transformation. So just bottom line, human-centered design and digital transformation have this synergy, which at the center is the people. So people drive businesses. You want your business to survive, you have to consider your people, your customers, I mean, and you have to solve problem for them. And you also have to consider their needs and solve a problem that will make them not just use your product or your business or patronize your business. You make sure they use it and still stay. That's the goal. Adoption and retention of users. So this is what both digital transformation and human-centered design really seeks to solve, right? So at the key, it's the people-centered, human-centered, and customer-centered. So I think that's like the bottom
Okay.
line of it.
So how do you think digital transformation is different in Africa compared to other parts of the world?
Okay, right. So digital transformation is different because when you look at African is like a complex continent, right? We have different languages, we have different cultures, we have different level of technology, adoption rate of technology, different infrastructure level, right? So the comparison between bigger countries and Africa is considering these factors, right? So, for example, if you want to bring a solution into Nigeria, you have to consider these factors I mentioned: the culture of the people, the rate of technology adoption, right? the infrastructure available to drive that digital transformation, you have to consider so many things, right? So you don't just like feel, okay, since it works in this particular part of the world, automatically it's going to work here. Whereas we have like different the different systems, right? Different cultures and this is what digital transformation is trying to like solve, an human-centered design. So it's like basically understanding the people you want to solve the problem for. It's like as simple as that. You have to understand that Africa is different. Africa is diverse, right? So even in policy making, even in governance, right? You can see when like just an example where
I think we lost him for a minute. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll try and see if we can still connect with Baba Femi. Do stay with us.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
So before we went on that break, you're welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Before we went on that break, Femi, you were trying to like explain to us what digital transformation, how it's different from other parts of Africa. But right now, let's move to the business relevance of this digital technology. Now, many businesses, they actually adopt technology for the sake of it because, you know, everyone is doing it. But what risks do they face when they fail to prioritize the human-centered approach when it comes to digital technology?
Right. So yeah, you don't just businesses shouldn't just adopt technology for the sake of it, right? Before I started, I talked about how digital transformation involves leveraging technology, right, in solving a particular problem in operations, business operations. Imagine technologies such as artificial intelligence, IoT, robotics, and similar emerging technologies that out there, right? So as a business, I think it's the wrong approach to say, okay, because of these buzz technologies are out there, you just feel like you want to use those technologies to slap into your business, and at the long run, you are not actually looking at what works for you in terms of your business operations, right? You just feel like, okay, because artificial intelligence is a buzzword, you just come and slap it into your business, right? Without actually thinking of the like end-to-end process, without actually thinking of how does this help my business itself, right? Thinking deeply in that aspect. You need to understand the operations from which point do this digital transformation, this technology I'm adopting helps my business. If it doesn't help your business, it's just like you just jumping on the bandwagon, which is actually not going to help your business. You're just going to end up spending money and not see results, right? You have to think deeply of your operations. You have to think deeply. Okay, let me give you an example. For example, it might be from your customer feedback. You want to automate the processes of customer feedback, probably feedback to customers are not done properly. You get, probably you do the manual way, you have to call, but you just thought about, probably I can use AI bots on my products, my website, to help me receive this and like answer frequently asked questions. Then maybe if it's something very dicey, you could now bring up the person and talk to an human, right? This helps you attend to customers faster. This helps you just help you do things easier and help you speed up the process, and also help you satisfy your users, your customers, which are like your key to your business growth, right? So it's important you know what works for you. It's important you audit your processes, and it's important to choose the technology that really helps your business, and not just jumping on the bandwagon, right? So that's what every business needs to know and understand.
Okay, so how does human-centered design actually help businesses remain competitive in today's market?
Right, so this is like very interesting question, and it's quite the question that it's evident, right? Answering this question, just think of a business that has like its processes automated and will easily do things easily. Let's look at business operations like Bolt, for example, also a top ride-hailing brand that could easily connect with different customers. They do not own any cars, but they could easily connect with different customers in different areas. And just with one tap, you go. Then look at another business that just like let's say a traditional motor park system, where they just want people to come to the park. Maybe are going to this particular point. You don't want people to come to the park and come and book cabs, right? You see that because of this sake of automation, because of this sake of having these products where users can just easily tap, like book rides and all, it's actually going to help them reach more people because of the ease. So having this is just basically about ease of doing things, and ease of helping your users, right, stay satisfied, making their life easy, right? People don't really want things that makes their life difficult and complicated. People don't want stress. People want things to happen naturally, and users will normally adapt to their competitors. If your competitor is having successfully implemented digital transformation processes, they will have a competitive advantage over you. That's just like the bottom line of the story, and they'll be able to satisfy their users better, and in turn, users will stick. Users would not churn. They will be able to like come to the business, use their businesses, and in turn, the company will make money. Business, there'll be money and there'll be income, adoption. That's the goal of business, right? So I think that's the best way I could answer that particular question. Right.
Yeah, because we're pressed with time now, let's look ahead. Where do you see the Africa digital transformation journey in the next 5 to 10 years?
Okay, so looking at the African digital transformation journey in the next decade, the next 5 years, right? I think there will be more adoption rates, right? There'll be more businesses adopting technology in different fields, in the fintech space, in the agri-tech space, right? Prop tech and different again tech categories. So there will be more adoption rates, but this solely depends on the infrastructure available in the next 10 years, right? It solely depends on how probably something as small as internet, electricity, and digital literacy, right? So these totally are what are the like pillars to what what digital transformation is going to be in the next 10 years. But if these are properly solved, I see faster business operations, right? You could see what OP is doing in terms of cash transfer, cash transfer. Like people are basically not going to be using carrying cash about a lot, and people are going to like depend even down to the rural communities. Once digital literacy is at the eye level, people are going to like be right easily use all those technologies. So it's the successes of this digital transformation, right, in the African space depends solely on the infrastructure, digital literacy, and the people themselves, right? So, right, this state itself takes back to the government. Government has a big role to play in this field. They have to like, at least we should be having stable electricity, faster internet, and these things. So if these are set, next 10 years is going to be a very interesting, and emerging technologies are going to like take over the space, right?
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Obafemi Victor is a product designer and also a digital transformation coach. It was really good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity also.
All right. Still to come after this break, harnessing project management to drive business efficiency and growth. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning right here on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. In today's fast-changing business environment, organizations are under pressure to do more with less, respond quickly to challenges, and deliver results efficiently. Project management has become one of the most important tools for achieving this, helping businesses plan, organize, and execute with precision. Today, we'll be exploring how project management, both traditional and agile, can drive efficiency and growth for businesses of all sizes. Joining us is engineer Bamidele Idris, is the lead project engineer P&G UK and the founder Get Jobs Nigeria. Good morning, engineer. It's good to have you on the show.
Yes, good morning. Sorry for my blurry system. I'm actually on site, and there are there are so many distractions ongoing.
Very well.
A minute.
Very well. All right, now let's start off with why do you think project management is such a critical driver of businesses' success today?
Yes. Yeah, I think you can see me properly now. Yes. We have project management as a broad subject, and currently, project management is just all about turning ideas into structured, predictable way in which you'll be able to, face deadlines and also limited budget, and at the same time achieving the whole idea of project. For instance, we have a lot of projects that are being engaged by politicians and also technocrats in Nigeria today. And one of the biggest problems is managing funds and ensuring that those funds that are being managed are, appropriated correctly, and also within that limited time frame which you have in achieving aims. That's the whole idea of project management.
So how would you define efficiency and growth? I'm talking about in the context now of project management.
I would define efficiency as using resources wisely: time, cost, money, people. Then also, growth means that through this efficiency, this business scale up sustainability. For example, efficiency might be delivering a software rollout in 6 weeks instead of 10. So growth is the fact that this rollout allows the company to onboard 30% more clients. I always measure with hard metrics. The hard metrics, I mean budget, timelines, and KPIs, and soft outcomes. That's what I mean.
You've actually worked with cross-functional teams on complex challenges. So what lessons do you think stands out for you?
One big lesson that stands out for me is communication. That's the angle I will come in. Communication before, I think, communication stands out for me. So what do I mean by communication? A lot of times we try to communicate with different parties at the same time. And for instance, different languages. I have finance team, I have the IT team, I have the operations team. And if I'm able to communicate with all these teams together and bring up that one idea that we want to achieve, I think it will help project a lot. So for me, communication is one of the biggest challenges that we have in project management.
Right. So let's move to the business relevance. So in your experience, what are the key differences between the traditional and the agile project management? And when should businesses use each? At what point should they use each?
Yes. People confuse traditional and agile. When I did my project management certification and also my Scrum certification, the traditional, it's the waterfall type, and also the agile, it requires software. So the agile works with when requirements are clear. If the requirements are clear, that is the traditional. However, when you're working with softwares, software development, and where you have it depends on context and hybrid, that's when you now talk of the agile.
So many organizations, they use tools like Asana and Microsoft Office. So how do this platform enhance collaboration and efficiency?
Yeah, I recall when I started project management, not post project management certification and also pre project management certification. I recall that we used to use Microsoft Excel to bring out project timelines before all these softwares came into play. And you have to type in manually, and it was cumbersome. But all these project management softwares like this Asana, it actually makes work easy and more efficient. And apart from that, it gives you more accountability. And there's an audit trail where that if anybody does anything on the software, you can actually see the audit trail of all this. So that's the difference between pre Asana and pre all these new project management softwares and the post management softwares.
Through some of the common mistakes that businesses actually make when managing projects, and how they can be avoided.
The first thing is stakeholder alignment. If you do not carry out stakeholder alignment, there's no way a project can be successful. There are several people that you need to engage for you to have a good project management success. So stakeholder alignment, that's the first thing. Then also jumping into a project without clear scope. You need to have a proper scope for every project. Then also, if you're engaging in project management, you also don't let management be an afterthought. Management engagement has to be, part of the planning phase. So I think those three are very important.
Okay, now let's look at practical application. Can you share a practical example where project management directly improved outcomes in a business or a team?
Yes, I will give an example of upgrading for what I'm doing now. Right now, I'm doing a recovery project, and that's why you see me fully kitted up right now. I'm on site, so you can see I'm looking left and right just to ensure that everything is okay. So I'm doing a recovery project, and that recovery project, the whole idea is I'm going to be having savings of about 400 million pounds. So if you convert that, it's a huge amount of money. So by the time you have these savings and you remove these savings from your EBIT, which is earning before tax, it's massive. And this is more profit for the company. And not only more profit for the company, it's also more salary uptake. And the management will be able to discuss salary improvements with individuals. So it's massive. So that's one of the examples I'm doing right now.
So how do you think effective project planning would help companies actually adapt to unexpected changes or any disruptions?
There is something we call obsolescence. Obsolescence is when equipment get outdated because of technological advances. And in project planning, you envisage that a lot of things are coming up gradually. And by the time you put project planning into this, you'll be able to beat the times. Let me give you an example, and it's a very popular example. Nokia. You remember Nokia? Everybody was using Nokia 3310, and at that time, there was this mindset that Nokia 3310 has come to stay. There was not going to be any improvement. And if you look at it closely, you will see that because they did not plan ahead, a lot of other companies came, and today Nokia is nowhere to be found. And that is a classic example of project management, in terms of advancement, in terms of future planning. So that's why I said obsolescence is a very key thing. So project planning makes you prepare, and it makes you plan ahead.
What challenges do you think businesses in Nigeria and also Africa at large, challenges do you think they face in adopting effective project planning practices?
In Africa, because of, I would say one of the major things that we have as a problem in Africa is corruption. corruption is the bane of a lot of things. In fact, it's the root cause of a lot of issues in project management. And how do I mean? Once a project is approved for implementation, by the time you begin and allocate resources for all these projects, somebody comes into play and doesn't release the funds for that particular project. And by the time you've allocated all the resources, when the funds are not enough, that is when corners are being cut. And when corners are being cut, you do not get quality jobs, quality and effective implementation of, all these plans that you've made. Then you start hiring laborers or engineers that are not qualified. You start cutting corners. And by the time you start cutting corners, you see shoddy jobs. So I think that that's one of the major problems that we have. We have talented people, we have professionals that can deliver, but when corruption comes into play, you find a lackluster job being done.
Okay, for small, medium enterprises with limited resources, how do you think project management principles can still be applied effectively?
For any kind of business, whether it's a small project or it's a big project, the first thing you need to do is having a clear scope. And that's what I said earlier. A clear scope and also ensuring that you have a timeline, no matter how small that job is. Having a clear scope, having a timeline, and having a budget for a particular task and small business, it's quite important. And also, it is very important you do enough visibility in any task or any business that you want to engage in. So by the time you have this in place, I think every business will succeed. So a lot of businesses spring up in Africa without having that those things I mentioned. And that is why people complain that I'm not doing well in this business, not because the business is not lucrative enough, but because there is no proper planning in terms of feasibility and also budgeting and clear scope. That's the angle I look at it from.
So let's now look at the future outlook. What skills do you think the next generation of professionals, what do you think they should develop to be able to thrive as in the space of project management?
Now, currently, I've engaged a lot of upcoming engineers. I've engaged a lot of upcoming project managers. One of the biggest challenges I've seen so far has to do with number one, interest. A lot of our upcoming guys are not interested in developing themselves. The era of having only certificates, I think that era is going. The era of just going to school and presenting certificates to employers, that era is gone. People are more interested in those skills which you are actually asking about. And those skills can be learned by one, volunteering. I know that in universities and in polytechnics, there's this thing they call the IT, which is the internship. For polytechnics, you have 1 year, you have to do your internship with any organization, especially in the field which you actually are studying. For universities, for those studying engineering, in year 4, I know there's a 6 months IT. I'm not sure, maybe they're still doing it. So those are opportunities where you can acquire skills, technical skills with organizations that actually offer training in that course, in that field of study. However, what we currently have, we have people that are studying engineering, going for internship in, let's say, a business environment. There's no way you can acquire skills that way. So the first thing is volunteering in any field. When I finished my high school, the first thing I did was I went to an engineering company to learn how to use a lathe machine, to learn how to use a milling machine. Those are practical skills that are helping me till today. So acquiring skills, getting dirty, especially if you really mean business, you need to get dirty, in order to acquire technical skills. I don't mean just anyhow skills. Technical skills, you need to volunteer, And not only volunteering, you need to have a mentor. By the time you have a mentor that can guide you in those technical skills, it will help you. Then also, you need to, there are so many online applications now you can learn from. For instance, I know there's Coursera that people can actually go in and learn so many things. Apart from that Coursera, there's so many other ones. You could go and learn skills, especially computer aided skills. You can learn that. And for instance, Asana, I know Coursera is offering Asana. I know data analysis also on Google apps. So it's a whole lot. So acquiring those technical skills has to do with your deliberate interest. So if you do not have that interest, there's no way you can thrive in whatever you want to learn about. So having that interest, then going for the jugular. Going for the jugular, I mean, you need to go and meet people who are really in it and learn and also show that interest.
Before we go, let's look ahead. How do you see project management evolving in response to new technologies and workplace trends?
To be candid, the level at which there's technological advancement now in workplace, you'll be so shocked. When I started my career in engineering, we were drawing AutoCADs with compass, pencil, and all stuffs. But this day, you can actually tell the AI to do all those stuffs without necessarily plotting anything. All you just need to do is just take pictures, and AI is going to help you plot all this and even do the design. So that's the level at which advancements are going. So in the future, I see more of AI doing all the stuff that we were doing in the past. So, and that is why it is very important for project managers to move with the times. Now, I have some engineers that are working with me now, and what those engineers are doing is they've started doing 3D or 4D scanning of different areas, and that gives them an edge in terms of structural design. So if you're not ahead with the times, at the end of the day, what happened to Nokia is going to happen to an average project manager or a project engineer. So I feel that moving with the computer-aided designs and also these technological advancements will help for future purposes. And at the end of the day, the problem is if countries like Nigeria do not support engineers and project managers to develop all these skills and give them an enabling environment to learn all this, there will be big problem in future. For instance, you have project managers going on site trying to connect their equipment to power supply, and there's no power supply. Somebody has to rent a generator and power equipment. Those are some of the problems I'm talking, and those are some of the enabling environmental factors that might, impede the progress of project management. So I think it's very important to start moving with the times with the support of government enabling, a good environment for this.
Site on the Business Morning Show, engineer Bamidele Idris is the lead project engineer, P&G UK, and founder Get Jobs Nigeria. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I hope my background and everything that is going on here is not disturbing the show.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
With you.
All right. That's been our focus on Business Morning. We looked at driving digital transformation, how human-centered design is shaping the future of African businesses, and also our nursing projects management to drive business efficiency and growth. And that's the much we can take on Business Morning this morning. I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for watching. And do stay with us as the Breakfast Show continues with a big story with Elizabeth Musa after the short break. Have a good morning.
The National Health Financing Dialogue, held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria are participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now. That the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably. That there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand. And so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. He brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by Business Day, KPNG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for BusinessDay Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the big story right here on the show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we turn the spotlight on Africa's fast-changing startup scene and the quiet revolution happening in the world of funding. For years, global investors held the keys to growth, but now African venture capital firms are stepping up, writing bigger checks and proving they understand the terrain better than anyone else. From Money Point's unicorn milestone to clean energy and HR tech breakthroughs, local VCs are bringing more than money. They're bringing networks, policy influence, and a deep knowledge of the ground. Well, joining me this morning is Mukhtar Oladumade. He is the FinTech and VC correspondent for Tech Cabal, and he joins me to break down this conversation. Welcome to the show, Mukhtar.
Thanks for having me. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for joining. Well, let's start with the big picture, really. What, in your opinion, is driving this shift from foreign-led funding rounds to local venture capital firms taking the lead?
I think it's the maturity of the local venture ecosystem. Venture capital really took off like a decade from now, around 2015. So a lot of the young people that were working in BC at the time are now quite mature. They have their own funds and they're running their own funds by themselves. So a lot more funds are on the continent, and a lot more venture capital professionals have grown to the point where they now know the right things to do, and there's more funding flowing from the local VCs from that reason. Can you hear me?
Right, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. So,
I can hear you.
It's like I said, it's okay. So like I said, it's several things. It's the maturity of the professionals and the ecosystem as a whole. There's no ecosystem you see that most ecosystems around the world, like these ecosystems, in the beginning they're helped by like foreign investors coming in, putting in money, hiring staff on the ground. But over time, it changes to like the local guys that have enough context. They know the right problems to solve. It's not just copy and paste from other places. And that's why you see like more local VC funds and VC fund managers are more active nowadays. It's just because they've just grown and there are more of them nowadays. So you see funds like WeCapital here in Nigeria, Ventures platform, Hook, you see Sahara, you see a lot of VC firms now are being run purely by Africans. Launch Africa, Lofty Inc. There's so many now that are just run by Africans. So that's what's happening basically. Like there are a lot more funds than they were before in the past, and if there are more funds and more fund managers, startup founders, more fund than not, at the early stage, we pick these guys because they understand the market better than foreign VCs.
All right. What are your thoughts on money? We understand that Money Point's unicorn raise was a major headline. How much of a turning point was that for the African VC landscape, in your opinion?
I don't think it's much of a turning point because Money Point round was, if you do follow like the ecosystem, was kind of expected. They had been raising the fund for like a year or a couple months before that. And because of the size of the business and like how large it was kind of expected that they would raise like a very large fund like that. I think what I can say would be a turning point is probably what I would say probably like the biggest turning point is probably the Paystack deal from 5 years ago. That was what drew a lot of attention to like the ecosystem that exits can happen, and it's exits that draw the attention of investors. No investor is excited by some large company because Money Point is really large. I think that there's anybody that in Nigeria that, especially in like the urban centers, that probably hasn't come across Money Point. But like, it's not the funding of big companies that attracts investors, the exits, that's investors getting money back. So you see that there's been a lot of acquisitions happening. There's been a lot of, especially in 2025, there are more acquisitions that happened this year than any other year. There's FX volatility that happened last year is kind of becoming more stable. Then there's exits that are happening more and more frequently because secondaries is now very, very a very big source of exits or returns for investors. Secondaries mean people selling shares in one company, one investor selling shares in one company to another investor. And that happened in the Money Point round. And I wrote about it for Talk About. In this Money Point round, We Capital, a Nigerian VC firm, was able to return its entire first fund just by selling a part of its shares in Money Point. So, by returning, it means that they were able to return at least 2x of their $4 million fund from just one investment in Money Point. So if foreign investors or like other investors see that type of thing, they are encouraged to invest in more startups that.
Right. And from your line of reporting, really, were you saying something?
No. I said, hope what I'm saying makes sense.
Absolutely does make sense. From your line of reporting, what are some of the advantages that you think that local investors bring that foreign funds simply cannot bring?
So for the early stage startups, it's support. So an investor, a well-meaning investor that's in New York or in California can only just give you capital. Can cut it. To be fair, they can cut a bigger check than the local guys. But the local guys, like for example, I've been doing a lot of interviews with like local VCs, and they always talk about like the support they offer to young companies. A local investor is ready to follow you to regulators, ready to help you do business development, ready to help you get customers, ready to introduce you to experienced people that help you do the business. And there's so many examples of this. I think the two biggest examples that come to mind are probably We Capital and Ventures Platform that have like dedicated teams that just help young startups with any type of problem that they can help with. So that's one thing. The local guys also have a lot of context. The investor that's in Paris or is in London doesn't know that, or would not have known about the opportunity of Money Point until it became like a very big company. It's only when you're here in Nigeria, you know that, it's before POS became ubiquitous, it was hard to get cash. You won't know that if you're always in another country, except you're here. So it's context, it's support, and it's also just someone that just understands you, basically. So it's founders, or CEOs, they're human beings just like you and I. So like, if you can talk to someone that understands you, it's just way easier. So I think that's some of the three things that local investors have over foreign investors.
Right. And I'm going to ask you about some of the things that you think are quite unique about the model that, early stage investors such as Microtraction, Future Africa, we happen to be changing the game, in my opinion. What do you think is unique about their model?
It's interesting that you mentioned Future Africa. So, and Microtraction. I know Microtraction offers small checks, but a lot of support.
Okay.
So, and Future Africa, I know about their incubator program, Accelerate Africa, which is also doing a lot of support. So Accelerate Africa helps, it's like under Future Africa. Accelerate Africa helps young companies get to $1 million in revenue. So it's like a program where they make sure that by the time you're done with the program, you should be close to, or you hit like $1 million in revenue. And that for any African business is very, very, I don't want to use the word life-changing, but if you get $1 million in revenue, it kind of puts you on a very good pedestal and sets you up for success, just success. So these local investors, like I mentioned earlier, it's that they have the most context and the most support, and they more of like Microtraction now is led by people that have experience. Future Africa is led by Enya Boyeji. Everybody knows Enya and the work he has done with Flutterwave, Andela, and Move. Those are like three of quite frankly, the most funded and biggest startups on the continent. So having someone like that on your side is also like a very big plus compared to like having someone, especially in the early stage. So this local and foreign investor thing is mostly skewed towards the local investors at the early stage. Because when it gets to the growth stage, like Money Point round now, the first round was mostly local investors. They had We Capital, they had Nova Star, they had I'm trying to remember one more firm. None is coming to my mind, but like they had local investors. But at the time when you're raising $110 million, most of the local funds quite frankly can't give you that. So you have to look outside. So it's at the early stage where local investors have the most leverage and have the most help or funding that they can offer. When it gets to the later stage where the companies are really going big and they're doing like hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue, local startups at that point, local fund VCs at that point don't really have much effect.
Right. And we've been seeing a phrase going around where they say that Africa is not the Silicon Valley, but the tropical savannah. How would you say founders should interpret this? And also talk to us about, what some of the main challenges that are holding back local VCs, despite the momentum that we are seeing currently.
Okay. I think I would answer the second question first. What is holding back local VCs? I think it's regulation is not really, I think the biggest thing, there's several reasons that we could spend like an hour talking about them, but I think the biggest reason in my opinion is regulation is not really supporting. And I'll explain. Regulation is not supporting the fact that in South Africa, there are laws that mandate pension funds to give capital to local fund managers. So there's a cap, obviously, like there's a cap because this venture capital investing is actually very risky. There's a cap on it, and there are guidelines and rules. Like it's a whole law. So like there's a lot of complications around it. But here in Nigeria or like outside of South Africa, that doesn't really exist. So most of the time you see local fund managers having to go to DFIs. That's people like IFC, World Bank, Propaco, BII to raise funding to invest here on the continent. And that is very difficult if you're a first-time fund manager. You don't really have enough experience or enough success stories to be able to sell yourself as a fund manager. So that's the biggest thing I think is holding local VCs back. That there's not enough local capital. And it's also like HNIs too. A lot of HNIs are not really investing. And it's going to take a lot of time for that to become more common or more prominent. But in my opinion, that's the biggest thing that's holding back the local VC ecosystem. That there's a scarcity of local capital. Right. What was the first question?
And the first question was your reaction, or how you would say that founders should interpret the new phrases going around about Africa not just being not just being the Silicon Valley, but being the tropical savannah. How founders should interpret this?
So it's funny that you would ask that. I recently wrote an article about this. I spoke to a couple investors, and what they say is, founders should build for Africa. So it's different things according to say Uwem Akpan. He's the head of Investor Launch Africa, a Pan-African VC firm. He has like over 100 startups in his portfolios. It's according to him, it's like founders should build problems that are here on the continent, and they should have a scalable business model with clear path to revenue from day one. So that's what's in like the opinion of investors is that like you're solving problems for Africans by solving problems for Africans. You're not trying to like copy paste something that worked outside here, because you will notice that a lot of the successful companies that startups that became really successful, it's by doing things that no one else thought to do, but it's a real painkiller, or it's like a real pain for people that live here on the continent. So that's what I think it's mostly about. It's because VC is a very opinionated business. Every venture capital firm has its like own opinion, its own thesis, its own way of thinking. So, but like generally, what it means, what these founders want is that what the VCs want rather is that the founders to build to build solutions for problems that exist, problems that are big enough, and they should do it sensibly. Sensibly means that like not spending too much and trying to like keep your overhead as low as possible.
About a day ago, we reported here at Business Day from the technology desk. We reported about Nigeria actually, losing its throne on the venture capital map. I don't know what you think about this claim, really, because given the sharp decline from Nigeria's leading Africa's VC charts in 2021 to struggling in 2025, what does this shift actually mean for Nigeria's claim as the continent's startup powerhouse?
I think that's actually a very difficult question because it would be unfair to call Nigeria just the powerhouse, although we have more unicorns than any other country, or like it's unfair because there are actually four big countries for like
Tara, can you hear me? Hi, Mukhtar. Okay, let's take a quick break and be right back.
BusinessDay Foundation.
They say money never
sleeps.
Wake up to clarity, insight, and stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Still the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Just before we went on the break, I was speaking with Mukhtar Oladumade, the fintech and VC correspondent at Tech Cabal, and he was talking to us about, the VC space right here in Nigeria. And I was asking just before we went on the break about what your take is about Nigeria. Firstly, maybe losing its throne on the VC, in the African VC space. If you agree, that's really up to you. Because I was talking about the decline from Nigeria's, leading Africa's VC chart in 2021 to struggling in 2025, and what you think that this shift means for Nigeria's claim as the continent's startup powerhouse. And just before we went on the break, you were, answering and speaking to the fact that you don't know if we should actually stay where the continent's powerhouse. So let me just let you pick up from there.
Yeah, I was saying that we have four powerhouses actually, and it would be unfair to call only Nigeria a powerhouse. Mm-hmm. And we think about having four different powerhouses that sometimes you see that, to be fair, Nigeria does lead like a lot of the time, but like I don't think it's really a cause for alarm because it kind of fluctuates. Right now, it's Egypt and South Africa that are kind of leading, and that's because they had some really big rounds this year. So there were some really big rounds in Moscow, in Egypt and South Africa, that have made those two countries kind of like rise to the top this year, passing Nigeria. I'm sure last year, I think Nigeria led because of like the Money Point deal. There were a couple of other deals that were quite big. Well, what's happening now is that there's not enough companies here in Nigeria that are at the scale where they can raise a lot of funding. So it's that these companies now, they're like in Egypt and in South Africa. I wouldn't really call it a cause for concern or alarm right now, but if it does persist for like maybe a year more, then it can become like a cause, something that we should be concerned about.
So you don't think
Right
that
now, I
we've
think
lost our competitive edge yet?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'd say we're going too far to say we've lost our competitive edge.
All right. So why are we seeing, pension funds and sovereign wealth funds reluctant to get involved at the early stage? Why is this always happening?
So I think it's because there's no incentive. So like everything that happens in this, like in especially in like this part of the world has to like be incentive based. So why it's happening in, for example, in South Africa is, or like why you see the GCC funds trying to diversify is because, for example, let me take the GCC funds. That's like the Gulf region funds. So you see like a lot of Saudi Arabian firms invest in Saudi Arabian National Fund, Qatar, UAE, their national funds investing in American tech companies. And you see like a lot of the venture capital firms from those companies going now to those regions to raise money. And that's because they're trying to diversify from oil into tech. There's an incentive for them because they know that oil would soon no longer be like the gold that it is in the global economy. But here on this part of the world, there's no really incentive on the part of like local pension funds or like the sovereign wealth funds to invest, or like pension funds to invest. So we need to create that incentive. And the only way we can create that incentive is like through policy, through laws and stuff like that. There was an article I wrote earlier in the year where I kind of tried to explain that, for example, in Ghana, if like there's a law that's created in Ghana that creates just 5% of that mandates just 5% of like local pension, sorry, the local pension funds to invest in what's it called, VC funds or like private equity funds, they just get $300 million over the course of 5 years. And for a country like Ghana that doesn't raise a lot of money from outside, it changes the entire landscape of like their local private equity or VC industry. So I think we need to create incentives by ourselves where we're kind of like mandating these pension funds, sovereign wealth funds to invest, even if it's just like this little as 5% in like the local investment banking, private equity, VC, or like the local finance space. It's going to change everything. So there's a lack of incentives, and we need to create those incentives.
And are you seeing us collaborating, I mean, the local venture capital firms and global fund, do you see us collaborating, or do you see us as rivals, or do you think collaboration is the way forward?
I think collaboration is the way forward because, to be frank, like I said, like at the later stages when a lot of capital is required, I don't think like the thinking behind, because the thinking behind local pension funds can, or like the capital that they can provide cannot really match what say a Propaco or a BII can fund realistically. So like I think at the early stage we need more like local capital. That's why I mentioned earlier in the year that one of the things that there's so many things holding back like Africa's local space, but like in my opinion, the biggest thing is like a lack of local capital, and it's also affecting like early stage companies now because like these if the VC funds can't raise money, they can't invest, and if startups can't also raise money from VCs, there's no business or like there's no value creation. So I think that basically, it's more of collaboration. At the early stage, it's fine for like local capital to come in and help kickstart these companies, help them build companies. When it gets to like the stage where these companies need to like grow, these startups rather need to like grow and become like seriously large companies, I think capital requirements of that should kind of dictate that it should be foreign funds that bring that type of money.
And finally, just as I let you go, Mukhtar, which sectors or companies do you believe could be producing the next African unicorns? And do you think that local capital will be the driving force here?
I hope that local capital will be the driving force, but I'm not really optimistic about it. I do hope that so, but I'm not really optimistic about it. And I think doing a sector thing is kind of tricky. But I'm sure that climate tech, and that's climate tech solutions that have like impacts and like people pay for it here on the continent, is most likely going to bring our next big what's it called? Our next big unicorn. But right now, I think the next unicorn out of Africa will probably be Move. So Move is the if you've ever entered what's it called? Those tiny, if you live in Lagos, those tiny Suzuki, Uber cars,
yes,
it's Move that's financing those cars. So now they've taken that sort of financing and vehicle management system abroad. So they work with Waymo. Waymo is a Google company, and like they're helping them like run their cabs, because Waymo is automated cabs, so they're helping them run their cabs in the US, and that's bringing lots of revenue. They're also doing something like that. They've just basically expanded all over the world, and I think that most likely they will be the next unicorn out of Africa.
All right. Thank you very much, Mukhtar Oladumade, for joining us this morning, and even at short notice, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Boka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMSI, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. Let renewed hope not be a dream, let it be a reality, an identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry, private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PK.
I am a legal practitioner. I want to say Happy Independence Day, Nigeria.
Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. So happy independence. At least we are in peace.
I wish Nigeria happy independence.
So happy independent Nigeria.
Happy independent Nigeria. I wish Nigeria well. God be with all of us in Jesus' name.
Happy independence in Nigeria. Nigeria have been since 1960s, 1963 up to this time. Nigeria have never changed. Nigeria remains as it is. I don't know who is going to change in Nigeria.
A journey
through defining moments of Nigeria's independence, from the struggle for freedom to the vibrant celebration of today, exploring what it truly means to be Nigerian on October 1st. For decades, the destiny of Nigeria was a story told in foreign tongue, a land of vibrant cultures, vast resources, and diverse people, governed by a distant power, but beneath the surface of colonial rule. A new narrative was taking a shape. It was a story of defiance, of unity, and of sheer desire for self-determination. This was the era of nationalists, men and women who truly understood what intellect and courage really meant. This began to push back against the tide of imperialism. As the clock ticked away, midnight on September 30th, 1960, a nation held its breath at Lagos Race Course under the watchful gaze of thousands. A momentous exchange took place. The Union Jack, a symbol of colonial rule, was lowered, and in its place, for the very first time, the green, white, green flag of the Federal Republic of Nigeria was raised, unfolding a new chapter in African history. The air was filled with not just cheers, but with palpable sense of hope. A new nation was born, and with the promise of unity, peace, and prosperity for all, this was a story for us to enjoy. So today, October 1st, is more than a historic date. It is living in the tradition. Across the nation, from bustling cities to quiet villages, the spirit of independence is celebrated with parades, cultural displays, and the feast of national pride. It is a day when green, white, green colors of our flag become a symbol of unity. A reminder that despite our differences, we are bound by the common identity. For many, it is a day for family, food, and for reflection on the long road that we have traveled so far. Also, it is a day to honor our past and to look to the future. And so the journey since 1960 has not been without trials, true, and the dream of a new nation was soon tested by internal conflicts and a series of political upheavals. We have faced periods of great difficulties, but through it all, the resilience of Nigerian people has shone through thick and thin. We have persevered, not by ignoring our challenges, but by facing them with a tenacious spirit that is uniquely Nigerian. It is a story for our ongoing struggle for perfect union, one that we all will keep on writing together.
I see a lot of problems with governance and execution of our policies and just following the law essentially. Government should fix the road. They should do what they ought to do. They should not delegate governance to the people. We can't always be crying to private individuals to fix our roads, to give us clean water. We can't always rely on the good of the citizens. The government is there for a reason. They should do their job.
I think they can fulfill all their promises. Nothing wrong. They will say they will do something. When they get there, they will not do it. I think they are doing it, and they give us proper security. Our security, let me say, police station. Now you get to police, you have to be paying before they can attend to you. The only thing that we are celebrating is that at least, even without nothing, we are still living, hoping only God.
They should look into the matters, especially for the people that don't have work. What are you celebrating the October work? So is it the people that work on the streets that don't have work, or the one who do not even have anything to eat, no job, and some people that's just one work, one food, and some is 001 before you eat. What are you celebrating? You didn't celebrate anything, because let the leaders look into the masses, the people that don't have work, that don't have job, and the costly of petrol and the costly of foods. We are just proud to say we are giant of Africa. What are we giant for? We are nothing.
I read Nigeria. I
happy independence. But one thing in this country is that, okay, I'm a student before, so when I was going to school, I dropped out because of money to further my education. If you want to change Nigeria, they need a better government, a better Nigeria. Like, we should love one another, because some other big men, they stole money from making the country to better. So they need love and unite. That's why they said, I'm going to enjoy my country, enjoy our country. So we need to make changes in our country. There is one thing I want the government to do for we Nigerians. We need good roads, hospital, and electricity. If government can do that for we Nigerians, we'll be okay. And the scarcity of food is too high. We need the government to do something for us.
We are suffering in Nigeria. No food, accommodation is our problem. Safe. No food, no house. Anything we have, they reach us. Get food, get anything. Only they kill us for Nigeria. Help us to beg our government should help us.
Happy independence in Nigeria. Nigeria have been since 1960s, 1963 up to this time. Nigeria have never changed. Nigeria remain as it is. I don't know who is going to change Nigeria. I don't know who is going to change Nigeria. This government, as he said, this government can change Nigeria. This government did not change Nigeria. Nigeria remain as it is. Corruption is from Nigeria in 1980 up till now. Nigeria have never changed.
So what do you think we should do to make Nigeria better now?
Only God will do Nigeria better. For me, I don't think human being can do Nigeria better except to God.
Nigerians have said what they need to say about October 1st celebration, those that we captured anyways, but the question now is this: Nigeria has come a long way, 65 years. Do we have much to celebrate? Can we afford to say that Nigeria is truly the giant of Africa, or not? Happy independence, Nigeria. We are a nation. We should be proud of our nation. After all, it's a wonderful nation. Onyeka Valentine is my name, bdtv. Until next time, happy independence, Nigeria.
morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as happenings in the market, capital markets, as well as other financial markets across the country. So basically, we want to start off with a conversation around Nigeria's 65th independence, Nigeria's 65th anniversary as a self-sufficient country. Our country has been through a couple of ups and downs. From 1960 till 2025, we've had one civil war, we've had 4 military coups, we've had couple of economic reforms, and that's the bane and that's the crux of our conversation this morning. In 1963, Nigeria moved to a republic system. In 1966, we moved to a centralized government system. In 1976, I'm saying off the top of my head, the indigenization decree that caused a number of foreign-owned companies to either sell assets, sell their shares to Nigerians, to seize control of their companies to Nigerians. For some, they could not. They had to leave the country outrightly. We've seen a move in our economy from an agrarian-based economy down to an oil-based economy as we have it today. In the middle, we had some manufacturing boom of the 1970s to the 1980s. All of these have formed the basis of what we see in the Nigerian economy today. And again, we're in the middle of another process of economic reform that may define Nigeria for the next couple of decades. And on the show this morning, to help us make sense of all of this, we have Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, who is the Business Day Chief Economist. Good morning, sir.
Thank you so much, my brother. Good morning, viewers.
Yes, basically, so as Nigeria is marking 65 years of independence, how would you assess our overall growth trajectory since 1960?
Thank you so much for that interesting question. And I would like to say it has been a journey, ups and downs, like the road to any destination generally in life. And I think today at 65, perhaps I want to focus slightly more on the things that have, happened positively for us as a country, the things we are doing well, so that at least we have insights into what is going well. That will be my opening remarks. It's not every day we bash our country. Sometimes we also need to be optimistic and not let the dark shadows cover the bright linings.
Okay. So now within the context of inflation as we see today, we have inflation on it's double digits. We are coming from a high inflation of around where we are coming from is around 34% inflation as at 2024. Exchange rate around 1,450 as of yesterday. We still have fiscal deficit. Nigeria is on 25 straight years of fiscal deficit in our budget. 25 straight years of deficit in the budget. What do you think? How resilient what's the level of resilience that you classify the Nigerian economy with compared to how it was in earlier decades?
Thank you so much. When we are looking at 1960 till date, that's like a long-term phenomenon. And a lot of things have evolved, both internationally and locally. Don't forget that we've had long spells of military rules also, because we cannot dissociate governance and leadership from the economic reality. Yes, if we look at it today, we will say that the inflation is still high, even though if you look at it relative to 6 months or 1 year ago, you will see some improvement. Same thing with respect to the foreign exchange rate. If you look at it relative to 6 months or 1 year ago, things are slightly better. We are having some easing off rather than tightening. But let me say a few things. You will see here that, for example, our entertainment industry has experienced a significant boost in the last few years. Take music, take Nollywood, and so on and so forth. Let's take information technology. We've had 2-3 unicorns, arise out of Lagos, out of Nigeria. So just as we continue to look at the negatives, I'll be chiming in some of the positive as well, if you don't mind, David. Thank you.
Okay. What sector do you think has the most profit for driving our long-term growth beyond oil? Long-term economic growth in Nigeria. What sector can you pin our long-term economic growth on that is not oil?
I will use two sectors. The first is tech generally, because if Nigeria has any potential or possibility of making it big, I think tech is a critical enabler, because of the fact that with tech you can render service to almost anywhere in the world. It takes away that geographic barrier. The second thing I would like to add is agriculture. Again, no matter what we do, food security is important. Food sufficiency is important, and we also need to work around that. Again, don't forget that everybody cannot or will not become tech-enabled. So I won't pick one, I'll pick two. I'll pick technology, and then I'll also pick agriculture.
Okay. So you've mentioned tech, you mentioned agric, and you also talked earlier. You talked about our entertainment space and some of the things going on in our entertainment space. Investors or people would argue, experts would probably say that some of the things that we've prided ourselves in the past few years, talking about our entertainment sector, our entertainment scene, our tech scene, some people would say these are not the kind of huge drivers of economic growth. What will you say to them?
Okay, so again, when you look at economic growth, generally speaking, you should have it's a multi-sectoral push and approach.
Yes.
There is a risk if you lean on any one thing, no matter what that one thing is. For example, look at our general dependency on oil. And of course, while we have benefited from oil, increase in price, and as a result of maybe wars between countries and a surge in demand, we've also suffered from a decline in price. Okay, so if you are predominantly exposed to just one main driver of the economy, you will be suffering from too much exposure to shocks. Some you will not have any control over. So for a long while now, Nigeria economists have been clamoring for diversification of the economy. And there are multiple things we can do and we should continue to do. We should continue to take human capital development very seriously. It will interest you to know that countries, for example, like India and the likes, get a lot of remittances and foreign exchange by the sheer size of engineers and other professionals that they ship all over the world. All right. So we must continue to look at that. Our entertainment industry has been dominant. We can further reinforce it so that the entire sphere of entertainment, Nollywood, music, and don't forget the value chain around it, the movie producers, script writers, costumiers, photographers, and so on and so forth. And why I'm hammering this is because this has people can watch it, and people already watch it all over the world. So we can earn foreign exchange from this. So it's very important. Yes, should we try and industrialize? We should, for our own benefit, and so that also we too can join the league of big nations. There's a long way to go, my brother. There's just a lot to do.
Hey, Doctor, there's a question I have around Nigeria's investment climate. So basically, you talked about all of these sectors, all of these spaces, but one thing that still, they say cash is the lifeblood of any business. So I think capital is a big issue in a way. What are some of the barriers that investors in Nigeria face? Investors come with the cash, they come with the capital, but there's a reason why a lot of them are backtracking from Nigeria. If you pay an attention to the oil space, for example, Nigeria has some of the largest proven reserves in the world. Like, I think Nigeria is number 5 in the world when it comes to proven reserve. When it comes to gas, we're even number 3. But when it comes to the amount of committed capital that we have seen into these spaces, we are seeing in fact it's almost like a joke compared to way smaller countries like Grenada. What do you think what are some of the barriers that are restricting investors from wanting to pour their capital into this country?
Okay, thank you so much, David. Just yesterday, I was working on something with respect to the attractiveness of Nigeria to foreign investment, and also around how some of these credit ratings factors that they look at when they rate Nigeria. Let me say this to you, David. It will surprise you that Benin Republic generally are able to get loans cheaper than Nigeria, same as South Africa. Now, there are many factors. Some, of course, could include maybe security, for example, governance, the strength of the institutions in the organization, ease of doing business. And some too, there are also sentiments around it. Things happen in Nigeria, the media, the people, social media, the way we amplify and over-amplify it, okay? And when you are an investor, you have to, attach a premium to all the perceived risk in a country, in an economy. So that may mean people want to earn bigger interest rates before they extend loan to you, for example. And then that may also mean when investors are coming in, instead of taking an approach, say, oh, let's invest for 20 years, for 15 years, they are slightly more short-term inclined. Maybe in 3 years, in 5 years. And these dispositions have different implications. Don't forget that Nigeria's democracy, yes, we can no longer claim nascent, but we are still evolving. But when we begin to have better enforcement of rule of law, when we begin to have like a master plan, economic plan for the nation, that irrespective of the government or the party in power, there is a sense of general direction. This will help foreign investors to come in. Also, with respect to local investors, the interest rate is still high, above 20%. So the risks are high, all right? So, and of course, hopefully, the CBN is working around trying to make sure that the interest rates come down so that investors, SMEs, business owners can be able to get a more friendly loan. But in addition to the loan, don't also forget all the other factors like infrastructure, electricity, all right? Almost everybody is like a local government on his own, water, bureaucracy with respect to ease of doing business. So these are multiple factors, all right, that needs to be addressed concurrently to ease doing business, make more loans available for youth, for men, for women, and for small businesses so that we can continue to grow and scale up. Thank you
so much for your time, Dr. Adeosun. I'm very pleased to have you here. Thank you so much for sticking with us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and to our guest, we'll be back with more business news making the rounds. Stick with us. Welcome back to Economy and Market, and now we'll be moving on to business news making the rounds. First things, we see that fuel queues are beginning to reemerge in Lagos as the aftermath of the Dangote Pengassan dispute settlement. Fuel queues resurfaced in Lagos on Thursday despite the resolution of the standoff between Dangote Refinery and the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengassan. According to a report by BusinessDay, it was revealed that there were long lines at NNPC retail outlets in Ikoyi, around Oyingbo, and as well as the MRS station at Alakpere, with similar scenes seen in the Ekpe axis. In contrast, operations in Abuja remained stable with no visible disruptions. This scarcity follows Pengassan's September 26 strike order accusing Dangote Refinery of sacking over 800 workers and blocking unionization efforts. The action halted crude and gas deliveries and suspended vessel loading operations, extending to oil majors including Total Energies, Chevron, Shell, Oando, Seplat, and NGIC. Dangote denied the allegation, calling the strike unlawful and warning its threatened supplies of petrol, diesel, aviation fuel, kerosene, and cooking gas to Nigerians. After federal mediation that was chaired by the Labour Minister Muhammad Dingyadi, both sides agreed to a truce. Pengassan suspended its strike and Dangote pledged to redeploy disengaged workers within the group. However, the aftershocks are now evident on Lagos roads as queues are now growing, that is sparking frustration among motorists that prices, even though prices remain unchanged, between 865 naira to 870 naira per litre. They will move on to the naira stability. Naira has rallied to 1,455 naira to a dollar, its strongest since January 2025. The naira extended its rally at the official market on Thursday, closing at 1,455 naira to the dollar, compared to the 1,480 naira to the dollar recorded on September 26. According to CBN data, this marks the currency's strongest level since January, capping a 1.7% gain in the currency in less than a week and building on a 3.3% gain in the month of September. Analysts attribute this turnaround to stronger FPIs, that are stronger foreign portfolio inflows, rising external reserves, and the CBN's aggressive liquidity management. Momentum has been bolstered by Moody's September upgrade of Nigeria's sovereign rating, reinforcing confidence in reforms. Net portfolio inflows surged to 1.28 trillion in the first 7 months of 2025, while the CBN injected over $200 million into the FX market and drained 1.5 trillion via OMO auctions, with yields hitting 28%. External reserves climbed to $42.2 billion, the highest in 5 years, enhancing the bank's intervention capacity. Structural shifts are also easing demand pressures. The Dangote refinery's first gasoline exports to the US and reduced fuel imports have lowered Nigeria's FX needs, while a renewed swap with China is supporting trade in naira and yuan. Inflation has slowed to 20.1% in August, enabling the CBN to cut rate for the first time in 5 years. Though optimism is rising, analysts caution that sustaining the rally depends on the maintaining reserves and inflows. Then Sanusi Lamido Sanusi has said to banks that they should publish data on loans to women-led businesses. Mohammed Sanusi II, the former CBN governor and Khalifa of the Tijaniya Group, has called for both quotas to drive women inclusion in Nigeria's banking sector. He was speaking at the Gender Impact Summit in Lagos and proposed that 50% of new recruits be women, and 40% of senior management positions be women, and at least 30% of board seats be reserved for women. Sanusi stressed that gender equity is a necessity for resilience and growth, recalling reforms during his tenure that elevated 9 women to director roles in 1 year. The push for inclusion comes as the Impact Investors Foundation unveiled the Gender Equity and Social Inclusion Roadmap 2025 to 2035. Developed with PwC Nigeria, the roadmap seeks to mobilize $8 billion in gender-inclusive capital, launch 40 inclusive financial products, and achieve 90% adoption of GESI principles among general partners. It also targets $1.5 billion in domestic capital and 20 new policy instruments by 2035. The Nigeria Inclusive Capital Commitment 2035 campaign was also launched to embed inclusivity into investment decisions. Frank Aigbogun, who is the chairman of the IIF, that's the Impact Investment Foundation, said dismantling barriers for women, youth, and persons with disability is an economic imperative. Stakeholders, including PwC, the Ministry of Women Affairs, and international partners, pledged support, while speakers like Ibukun Awoshika and Jessica Espinoza described the roadmap as a blueprint to democratize capital and transform Nigeria's investment landscape. Then we move on to the news of CBN taking direct control of Nigeria's fixed income markets to boost transparency. The CBN has announced a phased operational overhaul of the Nigerian fixed income market beginning November 2025 in a bid to boost transparency and efficiency across the financial system. According to a statement signed by Oke Umeano, who is the acting director of the Financial Markets Division at CBN, the CBN will assume full control of both the trading platform and settlement processes for all fixed income transactions. The bank noted that the intervention is part of broader reforms aimed at strengthening monetary policy transmission and supporting economic growth. The reform will roll out in 4 stages, starting with user acceptance testing in the second week of October to test the new settlement infrastructure. This will be followed by a pilot phase running alongside the existing system to ensure stability. Then Go Live 1, focus on the settlement process, is scheduled for November the 3rd, 2025, while Go Live 2, covering the trading platform, will commence December 1, 2025. The CBN stressed that the reforms will directly involve primary markets, primary dealers, market makers, pension fund administrators, and other authorized participants. Acknowledging the Financial Markets Dealers Association's role in market development, the bank urged continued collaboration, stating, "We would look forward to continued partnership as we work together to deliver a more efficient, transparent, and resilient fixed income market." When we return from the break, we return with updates from the markets from yesterday.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Yeah, welcome back to Economy and Markets. Now, moving on, we're going to be talking about the market update from yesterday. Yesterday, the market closed in a positive territory as the all-share index advanced by 268.98 points to settle at 142,979.46 points. This was a 19 basis point gain yesterday. Year to date, the market has now returned 38.91%. If you look at market activity, we'll see that it was quite robust as investors traded around 6.23 billion shares that was valued at 54.45 billion naira. This has pushed yesterday's trade pushed market capitalization to 90.75 trillion naira. Let's look at the gainers chart. PZ Cousins led the gainers chart with a 10% maximum 10% rise to close at 37 naira 95 kobo. They were followed by Etana PLC that gained 9.94% to close at a share price of 37 naira and 5 kobo. That they were also followed by Champions Breweries. Champions Breweries put up a strong performance yesterday, 9.82% gain to close at 15 naira 10 kobo. Followed by Tantalizers. Tantalizers gained 5.96% yesterday to close at 2.49 kobo, and ICO Insurance 5.43% gain to close at a share price of 3.69 kobo. Amongst our top losers on the flip side, we see RT Briscoe down by 9.89% to hit a share price of 3.37 kobo. They were followed by Thomas Wyatt that lost 9.82% to hit a share price of 3.58 kobo. Sovereign Insurance also Sovereign Trust Insurance also lost 9.33% to hit a share price of 2.72 kobo. Then International Energy Insurance down by 7.78% to close at a share price of 3.08 kobo. Then Beggar Paint down by 7.18%. They round up the top 5 losers of yesterday to close at the share price of 36.20 kobo. Let's look at our top most actively traded shares from yesterday. Our most actively traded share from yesterday was Cornerstone Insurance, as we saw its chief shareholder sell off around 5.448 is over 5 billion shares. So basically 5.448 billion Cornerstone shares were traded yesterday in deals worth around 25.06 billion naira. UBA followed suit with 152 million shares in deals worth around 6.5 billion naira. They were followed by Wema Bank with a trading volume of 152 million shares in deals worth over 2.5 billion naira. First Holdco also significant trading volume 111.8 million shares in deals worth over 3.4 almost 3.5 billion naira. Zenith Bank 47.09 million shares in deals worth 3.27 billion naira. In terms of activities in the US, we saw that the US market is still on a very bullish. Investors are still very bullish about actions in the US. The Dow Jones inched up by 0.19% points to close at 46,519 points. S&P was a marginal close. It went up by just 6 basis points to 6,715. Nasdaq went up by 0.39% to close at 22,844 points. In Asia, the day yesterday, we saw remarkable trading gains made in their market. From Japan, 87 basis points to close at 44, almost 45,000. In Korea, the Kospi index gained over 2.7% to hit 3,549 points, and Hang Seng index 1.61%. There was a stronger bullish sentiment in Asia. However, in Europe, its sentiments were quite mixed, as the UK exchange slipped by 20 basis points or 0.20% point to 9,427. CAC 40 went up 1.13% to 8,000 points, and the DAX index also went up by 1.28% from Germany to 24,422 points. Let's look at what we have on the currency side of things. The Naira gained yesterday, continued its gain to 1,455 Naira to the dollar. The euros also made significant gains, now 1,722 Naira to the euro. We are inching up to 1,000. Will we get to 1,600? We get to the region of 1,600 Naira to the euros? We don't know. Then the British pounds, 1,979 Naira. Consistently for over a week now, we've been seeing the Naira to the pounds trade above 2,000 Naira to a pound. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Have a lovely morning and stay with us. I'm still your host, David Olujimi, on Business Day TV.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN-SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, you know, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, you know, on this day. A famous person said, you know, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, you know, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and you know they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN auth repositories for more security, They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry, private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025,
I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Ogunlesi says ready to invest in Nigeria. Tinubu to inaugurate $400 million river crude export terminals. Nigeria emerges major crude supplier to Senegal refinery. Report. African Development Bank Group and Niger signed $144.7 million agreement to boost energy access. Others. Europa League, Einacho declined and denied as Celtic fall to Braga. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Chairman of Global Infrastructure Partners, Bayo Olulesi, has revealed plans by his company to invest in Nigeria, describing the country as an exciting place to invest in. Ogunlesi, who is reputed to be the richest Nigerian in the United States, revealed this while speaking to newsmen after his recent closed-door meeting with President Bola Tinubu in Nigeria. In his words, the company was exploring opportunities to invest in Africa's most populous nation. He says his discussion with President Tinubu was centered around the significant transformation that has taken place in Nigeria over the past 2 years, listing the removal of subsidy, tax reforms, a functional private refinery that not only supplies refined products locally, but also exports fuel as some of the gains of the last 2 years. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu is scheduled to inaugurate the $400 million Otatikpo onshore crude oil export terminal in Rivers State on October 8th, the first new crude export facility to be built in Nigeria in over 50 years. The facility, developed by Green Energy International Limited, operators of the Otatikpo field in OMO 11, Ikuru Town, and Doni local government areas of Rivers State, is the firstly all-indigenous onshore terminal built in Nigeria. The inauguration is expected to attract top government officials, including the Minister of State for Petroleum, Senator Ainekin Lokpobiri, Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara, and key stakeholders across the oil and gas sector. According to a statement signed by Executive Director of Legal and Corporate Services, Olusegun Ilori, on Thursday, the terminal aligns with President Tinubu's drive to boost crude oil production and address Nigerians' long-standing evacuation challenges. And still on, Nigeria has emerged as a key crude supplier to the 30,000 barrels per day as the refinery in Senegal, even as the country celebrated its entry into the League of Oil-Producing Nations last year. According to reports, Senegal began pumping oil in the mid-2024 from the Sangomora field, producing around 100,000 barrels per day of medium sour crude. The report shows that virtually all of the production is exported to Europe, with Spain, Italy, and the Netherlands taking the bulk of cargoes. Despite being an oil producer, Senegal reportedly cannot feed its lone refinery with its own crude, while industry data shows that 30,000 barrels per day Dakar refinery is configured to run on lighter, sweeter grades, making the heavier, more sulfurous crude unsuitable. Also, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has declared that he has no plans to step down for another presidential aspirant ahead of the 2027 general election. Atiku, a key contender in the opposition coalition African Democratic Congress, reportedly revealed his readiness to step aside for a younger and acceptable presidential candidate in the 2027 election, provided that the candidate emerges under the ADC. The former vice president, however, debunked the reports in a statement issued by his media advisor, Paul Ibe, on Thursday, October 2nd, 2025. Ibe noted that a review of the video and transcript of Atiku's interview showed that the former vice president never stated, suggested, or implied any intentions to withdraw from future contests. We are now being joined by BDTV editorial director Joshua Bassi to explore more on Atiku's disclosure. Welcome, Pastor Joshua, to the Lizard News.
Glory. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Did Atiku Abubakar come to you as a shock with the things he says?
Yeah, no, it didn't come to me as a shock. Reason being that Atiku has never hidden his intention to run in 2027. I mean, just like he has been running all along before now in previous elections. So if you know Atiku very well, it's not one person who will tell you that he want to step down, despite his age. I think it will be 70, I think 78, 79 this year, meaning that by 2027, it should be 80, 81. And so perhaps it is on the basis of that people may have, perhaps sort of misinterpreted his statement when he granted the interview to the BBC Hausa service, where he said that he will step down for a younger candidate. But of course, he was actually emphasizing the fact that provided that younger candidate is able to beat him in the primaries of the party that he hopes to run on, that is the ADC. So he didn't say he will step down. So he didn't. That statement actually didn't. Perhaps there was a mix-up, so to say. But it's good that his media
advisor
Paul Ibe has clarified that he didn't say he will step down for a younger candidate. He only said that if a younger candidate beats him in the primaries of the ADC, he will support that candidate. So for me, it didn't come to me as a surprise, because Atiku has never really hidden his intention to run in 2027 in spite of his age.
So do you think the Nigerian electorate will vote for Atiku 2027 if a young candidate emerges?
But maybe if he emerges right as the candidate of the ADC, right, it means that, like I said, it will be about 80 or 81 in 2007. So if he emerges fine, so that would be, it means that he will be the candidate of the ADC. And that is if he runs on the platform of ADC. Then if there are, younger candidates that emerge from other parties, maybe PDP, of course, we know that for APC, it's going to be the current president, that's the sitting president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, of course, for APC, right? Maybe for PDP, if a younger candidate emerges, and other parties, if younger candidate emerge in other parties, and then, of course, it will be the choice will be that of Nigerians to vote for anyone that they think will be able to deliver. But I think that generally people believe that older people perhaps should take the back seat and then allow younger people to run the affairs of the country. And I think that seems to be the global, trend, really. Even though we have in the United States of America, where we have a current president, Trump, who is also 79, he was born the same year with Atiku, 1946, right? So, but it will be left to the electorate to vote either for Atiku or for anybody who is younger. So it will be the choice of Nigerian people. They may choose to go for a younger candidate if they feel that younger candidate is vibrant enough, is knowledgeable enough to pilot the affairs of the country. If they think that Atiku, given his experience as a former vice president who has been in the politics a very long time, if they think that in spite of his age, they should vote for him, it will be left to Nigerians to decide who they want to vote for. But like I said, people generally believe that older people should take the back seat and allow the younger generation of Nigerians to, take Nigeria forward.
Quickly, in your opinion, does this signal confidence in Atiku's political base, or it's just a defensive strategy?
Yeah, but Atiku is confident in himself, quite confident in himself that he will win. Because really, if you look at it, I don't know who is that younger candidate. Take, for instance, in the ADC, who want to contest against Atiku, or who will actually beat Atiku. I think he's very confident that he will win. That's what I see. But as to whether his position will also bring that confidence to Nigerians is what I don't know. But I think that he's quite confident that he will win, because he believes that perhaps no younger person who is going to contest for the primaries of the ADC will be able to beat him. I think so. Well, but let's watch and see whether that will be the case. I mean, 2027 is almost here. I mean, so let's see what happens when they go into the primaries.
Thank you, Basi Joshua, for your insight on this report.
Thank you, Glory. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now, to end the local news, Oladeji Adediran, former Lagos governorship, candidate of the People's Democratic Party and leader of the Lagos for Lagos movement, has declared his intentions to contest the 2027 election under the platform of the All Progressive Congress. Adediran announced his decision while speaking with journalists during Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary. The former PDP governor candidate also pledged full support to the re-election of President Bola Tinubu, describing him as a progressive leader who deserves another term. Adediran dismissed speculations about other potential contenders, including Sheyi Tinubu, son of the president, and former governor Akiwumi Ambode. Let's go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the foreign news in details. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay, thank you for staying with us. This is still the news at noon. On the foreign scene, Africa Development Bank Group President Sidi Tar and Niger's Prime Minister Ali Mohamed Lamine have signed a $144.7 million financing agreement to improve energy access and private sector competitiveness. The agreement, signed at the institution's headquarters in Abidjan, provides budgetary support from the African Development Fund, the bank's group concessional financing window. According to reports, this will enable the Nigerian government to implement Phase 1 of the Transformative Energy Sector Governance and Competitiveness Support Program. The support from the African Development Fund will reportedly increase national electricity access from 22.5% to 30% by 2026, while boosting the manufacturing sector's contribution to GDP from 2.5% to 3.8%. Also, President Donald Trump has revealed that he and his budget director will work out which Democrat agencies to cut as the U.S. government shutdown approached its third day. He suggested Republicans should seize the opportunities to clear out dead wounds, giving no hint of concessions to Democratic demand that legislations funding the government should include healthcare insurance subsidies. Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill, meanwhile, continue to blame each other for failing to keep federal agencies open. According to reports, thousands of federal workers are staying home while others worked without pay. And now to sports. Kelechi Iheanacho had a second-half equalizer controversially ruled out as Celtic suffered a 2-0 defeat at home to Sporting Braga in the Europa League. The Nigerian forward thought he had drawn Celtic level in the 51st minute after charging down an attempted clearance from former Hoops defender Gustav and firing clinically into the net. But following a lengthy VAR review, referee Tobias disallowed the goal for an alleged handball in the build-up. To end the news, Flying Eagles of Nigeria got their campaign back on track at the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup after a dramatic 3-2 win over Saudi Arabia. Nasiru gave Nigeria the lead from a super Eba in the 10th minute. Aliyu seized and Saiz had another opportunity to double their lead a few minutes later, but Kpagboro goal-bound shot was saved by the Saudi goalkeeper. The Flying Eagles regained the lead in the 38th minute through right back Amos, who fired home from inside the box, guessing the winning goal deep into stoppage with Captain Daniel home from the spot. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Keep watching BDTV.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15. Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan bolan daji.
Gidan
bolan daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi?
Sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
Eh.
To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne?
Eh?
Wa me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Eh? Aikin hannu.
Eh?
Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke ana.
Okay, kai da kakan.
Eh.
So, me ka kawo Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan nan garin ko?
Eh.
Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja?
Eh?
Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita?
Eh.
Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita ke daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Ne nake so ta mun. Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as al-majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge
Even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started from the younger age, when while unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Al-Majri, who is doing that. You know, in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time, everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we found ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for Al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our Al-Majri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the Al-Majris. Even the other Al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of Al-Majri may be a sin of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so that they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Yeah, hello viewers. Welcome to today's show of BDTV My Center. It's been a sunny day in Lagos here, and we're happy to serve you hotspot as it comes. With me on the show, it's Ibrahim Abubakar.
Thank you for having me. I'm doing good. I'm doing great.
Inobong, how are you today?
Good to be here.
Last week we discussed about managers that are likely to be booted out, and it's just like we are just soothsayers. Before you know it, Potter was thrown out, the others hanging. But that's not our discussion for today. Our discussion for today is also links to coaches' performance. But this time around, we're looking at Liverpool Football Club. And Slot, in his first season, he won the Premier League. Fantastic. But now at the start of the new season, after spending over £300 million on players' recruitment with record British record fee, it's surprising that Liverpool are yet to find their rhythm. Last season, the kind of rhythm they had last season, so far they lost back-to-back defeats. Crystal Palace stunned them as if it was not over. Galatasaray, our own Victor Osimhen, the man that sold gala on the street of Lagos, served the Liverpool gala on the Champions League night. So we're going to talk about that and what that means for Slot team, moving forward this season, because it's like those players he bought are they yet to fit into the system, and what does it mean for their Premier League title defense? With me here, Abubakar. So what do you make of, yes, Liverpool have spent so much money, no doubt, but the question is that, they say buying the players at the right position. Jota Diaz left for Bayern, and we look at the recruitment. For me, I have not seen the kind of recruitment that's suiting to those players that left. And you have Isaac, you have created from this thing. How do you have two players, top strikers, playing the same position? And I felt that you should have, there's no need buying Isaac or maybe go for any of those players. Then use that fund to recruit other department like the defense. Now it's too early for Liverpool to suffer back-to-back defeats. What does it make for the team and Slot team?
I feel like the team is coming back to what they call, what's the word now? When you have enough. Last season they didn't even really do too well, but they won the EPL, because if you look at the table, they won with 84 points. That's the lowest since Leicester City won the Premier League. It has over 9-10 years. So personally, I think what Anslot tried to do or did in the transfer market was to bring in two top strikers. Chelsea did it. It panned out with Didier Drogba and Anelka at a point. Then we had Didier Drogba and Crespo at a point. So then Didier Drogba and Diego Costa at a point. You see, so I feel getting two top strikers is not the problem, but the problem is not, bringing like for likes. When you have a Robert that left for Madrid, then you also have Luis Diaz that left for Bayern Munich. These are core players in the team that won the EPL last season. These are players that they give assists and they score goals and they defend. So you're supposed to go to the market and get. Yes, they did the market with Frimpong, not bad, but as he really lift, gets to that level where it's okay. Yes, this is a like for like replacement. No, but it's still just how many games into the EPL. But then two back-to-back losses, losing to Crystal Palace and Galatasaray is not nothing to write home about. Galatasaray was battered, not beaten, battered by Frankfurt.
Yeah, they were seriously
5-1.
They were seriously battered.
And then the same team is playing against Liverpool, and Liverpool could not get a goal. They hardly got 3 shots on goal on the night. So it's a problem I feel Anslot has seen, and probably one of the reasons why he got two top strikers, because he probably thought, okay, we need to be scoring more goals. Salah is not at his prime anymore. Luis Diaz is no longer there to push for the ball. So you need players who can get something out of nothing. Ekitike and Isaac are players that could get you that. However, the likes of Wales from Leverkusen are also not live up to expectation. He's not, gel with the team yet. So I think the problem now is the fact that they've not come together as a team. they are literally, trying to come together as a team to bring that mechanism together to work as a team. But for now, they are not doing that, and it's affecting the team generally.
Fantastic. I was going to go there because when Anslot won the league, he apparently built on club's, tactics and formation. He didn't disrupt the team, and I think he bought one or two unknown players. And I think now he is trying to get his own formation. And my question to you, is that he's trying to get his own formation, trying to play his own philosophy, but it's like he's not yielding. He's not using his own. And do you think? There's nothing wrong in getting two strikers, but again, I still feel that there are other departments that you need to beef up. You mentioned earlier, Ibrahim, that we all knew that Salah is old, and there were reports that why don't you? Because those strikers can't do magic. They need people to feel them. And if you look at the way Isak and Ekreke play, they are standalone strikers that they are not like strikers like Harry Kane or Benzema that come from the middle, build up play and all of that. These are standalone strikers that they need people to feed them. So I was feeling that he could have gotten some players, creative players in the middle, and try to beef up defense so that our own player Demola Lookman was touted that maybe as maybe Salah is getting old, to work with him and all of that. So Scott is trying to bring his own philosophy. Do you think it's working, or do you think it will work?
I think it's too early for you guys to begin to lament that Liverpool is not performing. I think you should also realize the fact that the Premiership is more competitive. Most of the teams have spent money. You don't forget the fact that there's more money coming from advertisement. So each of the club have more money to spend. Even the club that just came from the Championship, Sunderland and they have, look at the play, they bought exciting players. Who defeated Liverpool?
Crystal Palace.
Crystal Palace won the FA Cup last season.
But that was depleted Crystal Palace. Some of their big players left.
Crystal Palace have lost
two. Their big players left.
They are beating the last 18 matches.
If you check Liverpool before that defeat, they struggled to win some matches that they have to 9 minutes go. So you could see the sign. By this time, Liverpool last season, they were all firing.
Crystal Palace is not a small team. They beat Man City. And they've not lost
Crystal Palace, as far as English football is concerned, as far as you have to rate top clubs in Europe. In England, Crystal Palace is a middle table.
It's current form. But form. They've not lost the last 18 matches.
19 now. They won the Europa last night.
For them defeating.
So will you use that as a yardstick to rate Liverpool?
I think, like I just said, the Premiership is more competitive now. The clubs have more money to spend. They are bringing in new players. So some of these top teams, some of these clubs you think are top team will lose matches.
Yes,
they will lose matches. Man City have lost about two matches this season. Arsenal have lost also. Chelsea have lost. So for the players he has brought in, I think they will gel. It take time. Isak, me and you, we agree that these guys are very good players. We saw what Isak did last season in Newcastle. We saw what the kids did.
Who will feed these guys? That's the question.
I think he brought in about five, 6 players.
Who will feed?
He brought the guy from Wheat from Leverkusen. He also brought Frimpong is a very good player.
So
they will deliver.
Who do you think is a like-for-like replacement for Diaz that left for Bayern?
I think Isak. Diaz is the kind of player that have been there over he played before he left. He was in Liverpool for at least 2-3 seasons.
But do you think he's doing well? You don't know he's doing well at Bayern.
I know he's doing well. You don't judge player like that. Sometimes he take a certain player some time to settle into a team. Some settle in automatically. I think Edith has not really done bad. He has scored at 3-4 goals.
No more. He's done well.
So the question here that
Isak
those strikers are fantastic strikers. But what we are saying is that
who is replacing Diaz?
You check them in their attacking football. These strikers, they can't perform alone. You need people. If Salah gets injured, now there's problem.
Yeah, because even if you watch the game, I guess
if Salah gets injured now,
Galatasaray,
you know there'll be problems.
It didn't start. It didn't start, and you could sense that there's no direction in the Liverpool team. There was no direction in the Liverpool team.
He actually kept some players for this weekend. I think they're playing last night.
You're playing. No, I think Chelsea. You're playing.
They are playing Chelsea this season.
You're playing a depleted Chelsea. You're not supposed to be benching Salah.
He benched Salah.
We come to the point that I mentioned earlier.
I think.
To the point that I mentioned to you earlier that you need people that can support these guys. These guys are good strikers. If they get good football, people that will feed them, they are standalone strikers.
He has brought some good midfielders. He brought this guy Waite from Leverkusen. And he has Gravenberch and performing excellently well. And he has continued this. I think their team is full. Their team is complete. What they need to do now is to gel.
How about the defense line?
The defense line is there.
The defense line is porous.
But the other guy,
the defense is so.
They may not be the best. They may not be doing very well. Of course, they concede. But I still think, if you look at the midfield and the attack, I think Liverpool still have the best attacking throw now in the Premiership.
No, I doubt that. So if you ask
me,
they
may not be scoring the way you think, but I think on the long run they will deliver. Okay, they will deliver.
You think Liverpool, the way they are playing, they stand a chance of
they are still on top,
replicating last season's form?
I think they will.
In terms of Premier League and Champions League. Do you think they can replicate that form?
You cannot really say. I'm not a susu.
Because they need to do more. Because they spend
what I'm saying is that what I'm saying, they will compete for the Premiership and the Champions League. And you're already seeing that they're already on top in the Premiership. In the Champions League, I think they also compete because they have the squad, they have the depth, and they have the attackers to score goals. I think these guys will deliver with time. They may not be. Last season, nobody gave them a chance. They were clinical. They took everybody. They took everybody by surprise. It's not easy for you to perform. Man City won the league consecutively for 4 times. But I think Slot is not Guardiola. But I think they are still on top. They are not doing very bad. They may not be 100 because he has brought in some new players. These players will take him time to gel.
So I think he got so many players that he's not giving him a headache problem now. He got up to like 5 players coming into the new season. So sometimes it might be a problem. And sometimes it's a blessing in disguise. Because if you were to look at how many teams have done this in the past couple of years, probably says Chelsea. But then what has Chelsea has to show for it?
Chelsea brought lots of players.
Yeah, but Chelsea also let go of so many players. That's what.
And you know Liverpool let go of so many players.
So now
you
need to bring life for life. If you're not, let's say you're letting go of 15 players, at least bring back 10.
Yes.
No, if you're not getting 15 back, just bring back 10.
Let go of a lot of
10
players
that can make things happen.
So
you're playing a Chelsea that has lost to Brighton. Chelsea lost, I think, 3 back-to-back games in the EPL, and they also lost to
Man United.
Man United, then Brighton. A Man United team that is not there this season so far. Then Brighton that's also struggling. Chelsea has lost, and they lost.
Brighton is a big side. They defeated.
But they've not.
Why do you call Brighton a big side?
They're a big side. They may not
be a big side. They are middle table.
They may not be the last seed. I think they end 8 or 7.
When it
comes to top club, when they come to top club, they always find a way to.
So when you say Brighton,
they always find a way to challenge.
Guys are middle table, but they can play top 10.
Yes, I understand. But now Chelsea has lost 2 back-to-back games. That should be a positive for Liverpool. That going into this game, we're playing these guys that are depleted. Yeah, you don't need to bench a Salah playing Galatasaray at home. You are away, so you benching Salah, you bench a couple of players. Then eventually, when you brought them on, nothing happened. They were expecting a penalty kick in the last minute, but it didn't happen. Also, so you don't have to expect keen on last minute goals.
That's what's been happening. That's what's been happening before they lost.
It's like the Manchester Arsenal team that were always
that's what happened.
Focusing on
you always see that that form is
set piece is coming down. As a matter of fact, I believe they've been struggling since last season. I believe they've been struggling, but they were clinical. Yes, but they were clinical with last season. They concede the score more. They concede the score more, but this season they've been conceding and they've not been scoring more as we expected.
Okay.
Yeah, Isaac is not fit yet. Ekitike is doing wonderfully well, but who is feeding Ekitike in the long run?
Those guys,
but they have a very good midfielder. If those midfielders are not delivering, fine.
But they don't have the best midfielder in England.
They have the Argentinian guy. They have the Argentinian guy.
Arsenal.
I want to ask you,
who was the best player in Germany last.
I want to ask you, Nebo, do you think Slot is under pressure now?
I don't think he's under pressure. He's not under pressure.
He's not under pressure.
He's not under pressure. Just won the Premiership and he's on top, and he be under pressure.
Let me ask you again. If he fails to win at Stamford Bridge, will he be under pressure?
He failed to
winning Chelsea.
I think anybody would.
No, I just ask you. If he fails to win, so that will make 1, 2, 3
games, 3 back-to-back games.
Would that put him under pressure? And you know what's about Premier League?
Yes.
They say, apart from Premier League, they say a manager, you are as good as your present results.
Yeah. Obviously, no manager.
So if he fails to win, if he check Chelsea too, they'll be struggling too. They are both sides struggling, but again, Chelsea had advantage of playing at home. If Liverpool fails to win against Chelsea, do you think Slot will be making positive headlines?
Obviously, no coach want to lose 3.
I'm just saying, because he's saying.
But if he lost 3 consecutive matches, obviously he want to bounce back.
But he will be under pressure
because
even Pep, even though he was not sacked at City, he was under a lot of pressure last season when
because
he was losing those games. Because you're not losing just 1, 2, 3. You're losing 3 games, and before the Crystal Palace game, Liverpool has won, I think 7 straight games.
For Champions, for Premier League winner.
The reason why I'm saying that Slot won the Premiership last season, and he went.
But people say he won it, but not with his own effort that he built on. No, but wait.
No, it's true.
No.
Who is
he
saying that?
rode on club shot, but now some players have left. He's trying to bring his own philosophy, but people have seen that it's not working yet. It might work later, but it's not working yet. And if they fail, the earlier they get to that form, the better for him. But if he continue like this, the coach will be under serious pressure because you can't spend that kind of money.
He won the Premiership. Slot won the Premiership last season because he knows what he's doing. He had a good player. He came in to meet a good team, and a good players, and was able to bring his own tactical ingenuity, and they did well, and they won the league. Look at Man U. No.
Man U is
they brought Namoli.
But why
you see, I'm telling you, constructing view of two managers.
So let's even bring in Manchester United here before we go. You look at it, the Manchester United team playing for 3 years. That the Amorim is doing his formation. Is that the same formation that this guy, the manager of Crystal Palace, has been working with?
And he's gotten
19 results. Like he has not lost
19
games. Unbeaten. And he's using the same 3-4-3 formation. So what is the problem with Amorim? Is it an issue of players? Because if you mentioned players, Rashford assisted over doing in the Champions League game for Barcelona. Oilon scored a goal. Anthony scored goals. You see, so many of this week in the Champions League and the Europa Cup, in Europe generally, you saw ex-Manchester United players doing wonderfully well.
No, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's overwhelmed by the job. He doesn't know what. The earlier Man U remove Amorim. Man U is not going anywhere.
But again,
I said it. I've said it over times. And
I feel that, on this Slot matter, if they fail to get results at Chelsea, Slot, I trust English press. They need to do their job. They'll begin to let you know that, something is not right. All these things we pointed out, you realize that they'll begin to point it out. Because all these things we discuss about, likes for likes.
But it's still, you still be on top.
They're on top, just 2 points. It's just that Arsenal, I'm sorry to say for the Arsenal fans, I don't mean anyhow. Arsenal is just a team that you can't rely on.
No, there's nothing to be sorry to say about.
No, I'm so sorry.
They are so unreliable.
In those days when City were in form,
yes,
you can say, okay, this Liverpool is. But because Arsenal, you can't trust them. They had fantastic players on the squad, but again, oh my God. Well, let's hope
the Premiership is more. The Premiership is more tougher.
Yeah, it's tougher. Yeah.
Even Arsenal had to score a last-minute goal against
Premier League. Do you know what Premier League spend over the
Newcastle?
They spend over
struggle.
They spend so much money.
The big team will lose too.
They spend so much money. That's why they are spending money.
No, losing is not the problem. Back-to-back losing is the problem.
It's the problem.
Because
if Slot
you spent over 300 million pounds just in this transfer market. Over 300 million pounds, and you're losing to Crystal Palace. You're losing to.
You spent 450.
450 over.
So you know what that means?
You'd expect
that's the valuation of like 3 or 4 championship teams.
No, he was defeated by Galatasaray. Champions League is not a
but do you know my joy? Do you know my joy in that defeat? Do you know my joy in that defeat? Osimhen, because of the way Premier League clubs snubbed him.
Exactly.
And he needed to prove a point.
Yeah, Osimhen had to prove a point.
Yes, and he proved it. You know, he just came back from injury.
Yes.
People say when you are injured, you come back, you are likely to struggle 2-3 matches. But he punished. He was a bold statement to Chelsea, to Liverpool, to Arsenal, to all the top City and United.
They asked slot before the game.
Because look at the players they brought.
Why didn't you sign this year?
Bonu, Ekrite, I'm sorry to say, except for maybe Isak, Osimhen is a top striker. And I don't see why English clubs snubbed him.
No, they asked the coach, they asked slot before the game, why didn't you sign Osimhen? He said Osimhen was not in the picture. They didn't have. They were not serious about signing. They are not and they had their eyes were on Ekite and Isak.
But the guy punished them.
Yeah. And if you watch the game, he was actually even injured during the game. He was kicked once or twice, and then you saw Alisson also being injured due to trying to save one of his shots. I think he made a statement already, scoring that penalty kick, and also making sure that Alisson goes back to Anfield injured.
Yes.
Now Alisson will not be playing the Chelsea game. So then this is what one of the reasons why I said his move to Galatasaray is not totally bad, because Galatasaray is playing the Champions League.
Yeah,
we get to see more of Osimhen. Then in season or two, you see maybe a big club there will now feel, okay, this guy has been there, done that. And
there's no, all of us admit the fact that there's no doubt about Osimhen potentials.
Yes.
I think there's more to that, the fact that he didn't go to a top club in England. I think probably, for me, I think his agent actually worked against him.
Yeah, I don't think.
Someone that emerged the best player in Italy. Italy went to Turkey, was the best player, highest scorer. So
the club didn't show interest now. Look at when you bought Kuna. All those players are they better than Osimhen?
It was
look, even the Arsenal team with Gyökeres are not doing wonderfully well with the guy. How many goals has he scored? So
wow,
even Pedro had a very wonderful season last season. Pedro from Brighton to Chelsea, but then he's lost that form in the last 2-3 games. So yeah, that's I feel neglecting Osimhen is a mistake on the part of any big club.
Wow.
Can you see the features for this weekend?
Wow. Would have loved to talk about the fixture, but the biggest one we talked about is Chelsea and Liverpool. Hello fans, hope you've enjoyed today's show. Would have loved to continue, but we'll have time. But we hope to extend the time soon. That's all we can give to you on this show. And we hope that Liverpool get back to winning ways. And for the Liverpool fans, keep supporting our slots. And we hope that you guys get the results and let the pressure move away from slots. Thank you for watching. My name still remains Anthony Nlebem, your uncle. Ibrahim, thank you for having you.
Thank you for having me.
Let's see how Man U
wins. If Man U fails to win this weekend, that will be the end of Amri.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. See you next week. Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra, the show that brings you everything business of entertainment. And today on our show we have a special guest. My guests are always special obviously, but then again we have someone so special here. He has been working in the fashion space for over 2 years now, and he has worked with a lot of celebrities. It's juicy. Today on the show, I have Benny Styles. Benny Styles, welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here.
Oh man, it's glad to have you here as well. It's like we hardly have like someone from the fashion space up in business, and the business of fashion is something that a lot of people do not understand. And having you here actually makes you something for our audience to take in, and you coming from the style that you just representing your brand and all that, which is very good, and which is why I see why a lot of celebrities gravitate towards you. Nevertheless, he has done a lot of things. All those your fans, your celebrities, your faves on the AMVCA carpet. Guess who styles them? So Benny, it's nice to you have you in our studio. Tell us how this all started. When did it all start for you, and what was the background? Background to styling celebrities. What was it like?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad that there's an opportunity for us to have fashion conversations. We hardly have fashion conversations in our space. Yeah, so I'm really glad to be here. So I'll say that for me, fashion has been a thing for me from my university days. Even right from childhood, you get. Growing up, my siblings, they always ask me to suggest styles to them. My sisters actually. So it became a thing for us in the house. Anytime you're going out, they come to me, "Hi Benny, what's up? Do you think you like this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And my opinions are varied. So it became a thing. Then I got to school. I started doing the whole thing. Collaborating with my friends, my classmates. They want to go out. They want to go to events, dinner nights, all of those things. They call me. So as a point, I became a very fashionable person in my faculty. You get, because for me, I needed to change how we see some certain things, some certain clothes in that territory. Because for me, I schooled in Ambersali University, Ekpoma. So in Ekpoma, if people that know Ekpoma, they know how people dress there. There's always jeans,
people are here.
jeans, polo, they are styling. This one is with dress. Nobody really cares about their style. Everybody's just wearing what they feel like and just come. So for me, it was very boring, and I didn't like that. So it started from my own personal uniform, going to classes every day. We used to wear navy blue and black. So you see me in different kind of outfits, see me in different shades of navy blue. I always very stylish. Today I paired the waistcoat, tomorrow I'm with a jacket, next tomorrow I'm with a bishop neck, tomorrow collar neck. It was just crazy, different style, different. So everybody kept wondering, Benny, what's happening? So I thought of the whole thing. I'm like, oh, this is actually a market in Lagos, but it's not here. So I need to do something. So that's how I actually came up, and I started collaborating with some of the designers that I saw there, and they love my style. They love, in fact, when I do something with them, it's different from what they've been doing, and they're wondering, they're like, what have they been doing actually? So it became a very interesting thing for me, and I came back to Lagos too.
So let's talk about your inspiration to fashion in general. What inspired you to pursue this career initially?
Okay, for me, like I said, I love fashion.
Okay, but who inspired you really?
I have a lot of mentors at the moment. A lot of people inspired me actually. One of which is the styling Fidel. Actually, one of my mentors. I look forward to him. I look up to him. I mean, it's one of the intentional stylists we have in Nigeria.
Have you guys met?
Yes, we have. And we follow each other on Instagram. He's wonderful. He pays a lot of attention to detail. So it caught my eye when I was growing up. So, and I mean, I followed him diligently. So, didn't know we would meet this close, this very soon. This, the gap wasn't so long. I mean, I've been in the industry for 2 years. He's been there for 10. So, but yeah.
So in your view, why is the fashion industry, let's talk about the industry of fashion right now. Why is the fashion industry positioned to becoming the next big thing in Africa, from Africa? Because we are seeing a lot of stylists or a lot of fashion designers taking their brands outside, and this is something that not just, we're not talking about music or film. If you want to talk about the creative industry in Nigeria, we're talking about also fashion is also part of it. We are at the event, we are at the African creative markets, and fashion is basically has its own show to show you how, and the runway that happened yesterday evening. It was superb. A lot of fashion designers came out to show their brand. So my question now is, why do you think we are basically African fashion is the next big thing out of Africa?
Africa is a great continent, and for Nigeria, Nigerians are very great. We have richness in our culture. And if you look at our local fabrics that we have, like the likes of Adire, Ashioke, Tie and Dye, and the rest. You know, these are fabrics that, you know, they were there then, but people did not do so much with it.
Okay.
So it seems like now every designer has seen, they've created a niche for themselves and they've seen the market. So they want to use this same cultural, what we already have, to modify it to make sure that the rest of the world sees it, and they're doing fantastic with it. If you check Lisa Afolayo, you would see that she doesn't drift away from us, like our culture. Go and check her prints. It tells a story with our heritage, it's our culture, and all of those things. Not even only Lisa. Go to, look at Ugomoye.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So these are people that want to tell stories in all of these things. And you know, Africa is just so, they need to break into that market to be able to show for sort of this thing. So it's not just a Nigeria thing. It's, everybody needs to see it.
Yeah, because we are having a lot of conversations around people taking their, so it's like the big countries that accept fashion. You know, when we take our things out there, they're no longer thinking about the UK hip hop fashion or not. They're now focusing more on, let's see what's coming from Africa, because we are using our artists who are big, you know, the big artists to explore, you know, those spaces and all that, which is quite something. It's something I see is amazing, which is something that fashion designers should tap into and all that. So, but my next question goes to, like, how is it contributing to job creation in Nigeria?
It is. A typical Nigerian designer has a lot of labor, like workforce, right? In terms of production, facility control, like a lot of things are going into in production of a dress. There are a lot of stages it passes. So in these stages, the designer is not going to do them all herself. She has people to employ that's going to make them work. There is the person who is going to source the fabric, who's going to procure them, all of those things. There's bidding, there's just a lot actually. So I mean, it creates a lot of job opportunities.
Yeah. So can you discuss, like, when you talk about fashion styling, you're one of the top in Nigeria. So right. So let's talk about styling as a business in Nigeria. What are the challenges like in terms of monetization, client acquisition, like building brands? You know, what is it like about Bemi Styling?
For Bemi Styling, I mean, we are grateful for where we are now, and where we are going to. At the beginning of the year, we had a lot of plans that we're going to execute before, like, even the first quarter, which were really achieved. Now we're in the second half of the year. We're looking out for some other things that we have in our list as well. You know, for stylists in Lagos, I'm glad that now people are beginning to see and they know the importance of having a stylist. For us, it's not just about the clothes now. It's about putting an entire look together, telling a story. A client comes to you, she doesn't know what she wants, she doesn't have an idea of what she wants to be like. For instance, bridal styling, do you understand? So it is the job of a stylist to put all of these elements together and make sure that their client looks great. Being able to see this client, know what will work on them, know what will fit them, know what elements is going to put together to make a complete look for this person. Communicating with clients too, do you understand? And you know, I'm really glad that people are beginning to see that the fashion styling industry is a place to reckon with. People are beginning to trust their money with stylists and know that yes, they're going to get full use of it, and they're going to make it work. Because unlike before, when you even tell somebody I'm a stylist, they'd be like, oh, what's this one doing? You get it wasn't a thing then. I'm sure when those people started like maybe 7-8 years ago, they found it very difficult because it was just like they were trying to just do it for doing sake, because out of passion and all of those things, they didn't really get so much from it, because then it wasn't paying as much as it is paying now. So now people now know the real work of a stylist and why I must. You can literally see if you would see a work that a stylist is involved in and see a work that a stylist is not involved in, and you can tell the difference.
So
it's very, very
my question is, what separates you in terms of you and other stylists? What's the branding about Benny Styling that separates you from?
Okay, so for Benny Styling, we are a styling company, right? Benny is a person. The Benny Styling is a company, and you do a lot of things actually. We do bridal styling and groom styling.
Okay. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, we do bridal styling,
That's
groom
nice.
styling. We do commercial styling, editorials, birthday shoots, special events, you know. And aside that, we do style curation for fashion brands. So it's not just, we're not selfish with what we give out. We give to fashion brands as well, and all of those fashion shows too. And that's
God, from my lips to you. I want him to style me on my birthday.
We will. Why not?
Yeah, because I'm big on fashion myself, but and I feel like this was like 3 years ago when I decided to like have a change of style, how I appear and how I look, and I couldn't do it by myself. I had to like make use of someone who, she's into fashion really, but I call her my stylist really. But I saw the value of having somebody being called, someone to look at you and look at what fits you, and how you wear and how you carry that clothes you're wearing, how you present it, and how it's telling a story about you. That was what she was speaking to me, and since then I got it, and I was like, fine, this is something that I feel like keying into. And then this brings me to my next question, which is what are the opportunities how do you see fashion growing in Nigeria, fashion styling going on? What are the opportunities like? And I know you are the bridge between the person who wants to be styled and the fashion designer. What's that synergy like, and how is it going forward in Nigerian fashion styling industry? How is it?
Okay, so stylists are at the forefront of every creation, because for us, we get when a client consults us to style them, for instance, bridal styling.
Okay.
And we talk to them about they talk to us about what they like, what they do not like, the kind of fabrics they want, all of those things, By talking to them during the consultation already, you already know what's to put together for them. Do you understand? So when putting those things together, you already have an idea of the designer that is going to be able to curate that mood board you have put together. So it's not just us creating the mood board and just taking to any designer. They'll make your job very worse. You take it to who you know that can execute it. We have a lot of designers now that really do so much work. Creative designers who do so much work. It's not hard to even find them. You get? So when you put these things together, you take to them, you understand? They tell you, okay, this is how it's gonna be like. And I mean, it's not very hard for them to execute, because that's their niche already. Yeah. That's what they do already. Do you understand? You just come and you go back to, you just relax because you're comfortable that they're going to execute. Yeah. Unlike you taking this same mood board, someone that doesn't even know the job, you're just a designer, but you're still going to teach them what to do. Do you understand? I think that one is, those people will stress you. Those ones will even stress you more. So the thing is, for us stylists, we know those designers that do the work. Okay. We know the ones that will stress you and make you just hate the whole thing. Do you understand? Yeah. So it's not just about taking a particular work. I can create this sketch and give it to 5 designers, and the 5 of them will execute it differently. Okay. Do you understand? So you have to see a designer and know their capacity, know what they are known, see what they are known for, and know how to work with them. Do you understand? There's some things you can't take to them because that's not their niche. They would not deliver on it. Do you understand? So that's we see these things. We can tell you, okay, so we suggest to our clients. I think this designer is not even about the dress now. The entire look. Do you understand? The hair, the makeup, the jewelry, the shoes, the photography. Do you understand? So we see these things, we put them together in the mood board, and we give it to every creative that is best for the job.
That's a whole lot of work.
A lot of work. Yeah.
You have done stuff with celebrities for the AMVCA carpets, like So tell us the ones you know. What's your favorite? What was your favorite celebrities to work with? What particular dress did you make for this person? And what was the process like? You know, trying to match that person's like outfits to who this person is, the person's persona. So
I love all my pieces. Yeah. Right? Because everything I put together is very intentional for me. A lot of thoughts were put together, to put together to make sure that stuff comes to life. Because for me, it's not just about the money. I'm building my brand as well. Do you understand? So I try as much as possible to have a niche and people should know me for what I am doing. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when these people come, they already see the uniqueness in my style and why they want to work with me. So most of the time, I let them tell me what they want.
Okay.
And I look for ways to modify it. Okay. Do you understand? So for my AMVCA this year, my clients, I think I styled two of the hosts. Awa Magaji who was the official red carpet host for Amstel Mata, and Rhea Abdul, who was the official host for African Magic. You know, they had communicated to me what they want, just gave me a brief, like told me, oh Benny, I want to look this way, I want to look that way. So I went to do my own work. Okay, but for Rhea, it was quite different because I was not just working with her, I was working with African Magic. Do you understand? So it was a way of, I needed to know what would work for Rhea, which is a personal style, and know what is convenient for African Magic for the red carpet. Do you get? So it was quite fun. It wasn't for a stylist, you know, when you have your team, the work is not only on you. You know, the body may get increased by whichever joint supplies. So when you have other people in your team that are creative like yourself, you guys put your heads together to make it work. So I'll say I'm grateful for my team too, because they're actually the real ones, and they make it work.
Yeah, make it work. So I'm curious, how do we as fashion stylists in Nigeria, how do we elevate the fashion, African fashion to the international body? We are not just doing this for just Nigeria right now, or even Africa. How do we go beyond that as stylists?
There are a couple of stylists that are already breaking barriers already. They're already doing the work outside there, and getting global recognition already. So and they're doing wonderfully. They're doing fantastic. I'll just say that we should stay true to our own culture and our own style, right? And just know what works. Basically, we don't need to copy. Do you get? Be you. Do you get? Just do what works for you. If you decide to be here, and you want to do this, do it. If you decide to go this other route and you still want to do this, just do you basically. Do you get? So they're already making waves. We've been seeing a lot of stylists likes of Swazi.
So I'm thinking, as people would go to schools for fashion designing, are there opportunities for aspiring stylists, to actually do better in their crafts in terms of education? Is this something that is being talked about in the space yet amongst the industry players?
Yes, for stylists, for us stylists, we hardly have those conversations. But I think it's often with with the fashion design and fashion
yes, it is.
But I'll say that for aspiring stylists, they should read about what they want to go into. There are a lot of articles and books to read from. Will teach you everything you need to know, literally. And again, you just have to put yourself under a tutor. If you see someone that kind of likes, that you like what he does, intern with them. Do you get? Stick to intern with them. Even if they don't, most of them might not even respond to you. Just watch closely. You'll catch one of the things. And be bold, start up your stuff, and just do it. One step at a time, you get there.
That might sound informal for people who just want to go into, but I think for those that want to, there's some people that want to try harder, they want to do better, they want to be, they're saying the likes of Benny Stars, then I want to be like this person, I want to top this game. So do you think that is proper for for there to be like an organized way whereby you can, because people, photographers are doing it.
Yeah.
The fact that are doing it, get these people together, let them know about the business of it, how you handle clients, how you handle fashion designers. I didn't think that's something you're talking about.
A lot of some stylists are already like doing master classes already.
Oh, pretty beautiful.
I think Zach did. Zach Luxury Styling, he did a few months ago. I think we have another one coming up, Yolanda Okereke Masterclass. So yeah, so I mean, people are having that conversation already. So they should enroll, and I mean, I'd say I'm registered for the class, these classes, and ask questions in these classes. Do you understand? Ask questions that bother you. You know, most of the time when people go for master classes like this, you just sit down there and just be fanzing the people there. No, so ask real life questions. Those things, because even till date, people are still scared to ask questions about how am I supposed to charge a client for so and so XYZ and this. When you go for those master classes, ask the speaker, how do you do this? How do you do that? They'll tell you.
So do you use tech during your process? Is there any way you use tech to, like, there's AI right now helping people to draw out ideas? It's something that you do?
Yeah, tech is one of the tool for us fashion stylists now, because we do a lot with it in terms of virtual consultations and virtual fittings, all of those things. There are some clients we have in diaspora that we just have to style online. We don't have to be there. Yeah, so we tech has played like a very, very vital role in those aspects, virtual consultations, fitting sections, and all of those things. Yeah, even AI too. So see most of the designers now using AI to do like their sketches, and like they're beautiful, like very, very good. So it's gonna take some people off the market, but is doing the work.
So let's go to, we mentioned something about like bridal styling, and is something you're getting into?
I do bridal styling.
So talk more about it. Let's
bridal styling is, in fact, bridal styling is the big deal in our country, in Nigeria. Bridal styling is the official deal, actually. Most people tell you celebrity styling celebrities doesn't really pay as much as, yes, it doesn't, but still bridal styling just does the work. It's complex, but it is very, very engaging. You get it's very fun for me. I love bridal style. I love to style brides, maybe because I love to hear their stories. I like to I just, when we have consultations with brides, and you hear how the both fall in love, having to draw a mood board from someone's love story. I mean, it's just a great thing. So I've started a couple of brides actually. Start a couple of brides.
So finally, tell us what you think aspiring stylists should learn. People that are trying to get into the business of styling, because it's a business, whether we like it or not. You've been successful at it, and a lot of stylists have also been successful. What do you think they should look out for, and what do you think they should do in terms to make it in the industry?
I would say aspiring fashion stylists should read up on it about what they are about to and going into, because styling is beyond touching the client on the day of the events, that trying to put this on the clients and put that up. It's beyond that. It's a whole lot of work. You understand? You must understand a lot of things. You must understand colors, color combinations. You must understand your clients. You must understand their body. So for me, I have a lot of clients that they'll tell me, Benny, I like this. Why can't I wear it? And I'll be like, no, it's not going to look good on you because this, and this. You understand? So you must be able to understand all of this cotton, because, and you must know what you want, first of all. Do you get? Know why you want to even be a stylist in the first place. What is lacking in that space that you want to fill? Do you understand? You want to be a stylist with the same how everybody's going, or you want to be a stylist with different. So I mean, just do you basically. You get, know what you want and read often. If you have mentors, talk to them, follow up. Do you understand? Watch them closely. I mean, do the actual work. So.
All right, this is where we draw the curtain today. Thank you so much, Benny, for coming to the show. This is where we wrap up for today. We draw the curtains here on BD Extra. Catch us on bdtv, on our live shows for news, for business news, sports, and everything that interests you. We have been on Benny. Say something to the camera. Let's say.
Hey, it's so good to be here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, and we wrap up. Thank you and goodbye.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Children can use skincare, adults can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone. Only women use skincare. Agenda was agenda, and that is one propaganda I am not falling for. Welcome to this episode of Market Pulse, where we are exploring the skincare industry, and of course, we are going to talk to experts. We are listening to and we are surveying the prices of the skincare industry. So join me as we explore this industry.
With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty.
The heavyweight champion accounting for about 15% of your body weight. The largest organ of the body, constantly working, constantly protecting your skin. On this episode of Market Pulse, we travel through bustling highways,
to reach the heart of the skincare industry at the Trade Fair Market in Lagos State, Nigeria.
I have not heard anyone or anybody say against skincare.
What does the poll say? Come rain or sun, the market is alive, a symphony of voices, colors, and scents.
In the system of Nigeria, we are meant to cope. Because if you cannot cope, what will you do?
The strength and perseverance of Nigerians are written in every stall, every handshake, every deal.
When the fake has been made, when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all.
To truly understand the pulse of the skincare market, we went beyond the shelves to meet the makers, sellers, and buyers themselves.
I'm into business. My business name is Unique Mercy, into cosmetic. I've been in this business for 4 years now. In times of price, my customers are complaining in Nigerian goods that the prices are much. So I find out that it's chasing away customers for me, so I have to stop selling Nigerian goods. Cost of goods has made people to be producing fake. That's affected me. Some goods that are expensive, they have no other option other than to do it to produce the fake. And when the fake has been made, it will be cheaper. And when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all. I've been in this business for like 4 years now. I can dictate the difference between what I'm selling and when it has been reproduced. I believe if you're not in this business, it will be difficult for you to understand, because there are imitations that can't be defined only by people that has been selling the original. You understand? So if you're not into the business, or that's the reason, the most reason why customers complain is when they apply it on their skin, they will find out reaction. I think that's the way they know the original. But me, without me testing it, I will know original and fake. I've been trying my possible best to make sure that I will give them original by getting it direct and the comfortable price. And that will make the number one is that original. That's what they want from me. That's original. And I will make sure that getting it direct, at least, will also still keep them. If you want to start in this market 4 years ago, you would, like, for instance, I think with 2 million, you can start up a business. With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty. When we started the business, this shop they started this shop around 2013. So I think things was better then, you understand? And we were able to accomplish some things by paying shop rent and having the shop. We were able to buy the shop. At least this shop is one of the things that made us to still be in this market by now, by shop rates, you understand? And being important also is the reason why we will see much gain, and the reason why we are still selling and having customers also. So those are the things that made us to be sustaining. And when you have customers that trust you and you trust them also, and that you can give a credit facility when you are balanced, that like your capital is well published, that you are balanced, you can give credit of 4 million naira to your customer that you trust. I think to the person that is sincere for business, you understand, I think that with that you will be sustaining. For instance, if you want to use brightening, there's every tendency that your brightness will be like my own. Like now, your face is toning with your makeup now. Your face is toning.
Okay.
Do you understand? When you want to use brightening, like someone that is a kind of someone that is working under the sun, that the sun has been black, the person will use toning. You understand? Then bleaching is for people that their normal color is black and they want to bleach, and that's it. They have the cream that they will use for the bleach. My advice, I'm not advising anybody for bleaching. It's not a good thing.
From Korean serums to US exfoliants, UK moisturizers, Chinese face masks, and Nigerian shea butter blends, the skincare world is a tapestry of global influences. But what makes each brand unique? And what are their specialties?
I'm a businessman. I sell cosmetics and perfume. I'm a business I've sailed up to 15 years. I've worked as a manager before I start my own business. The thing really affects everything we are doing here because assuming we are having 500 before, but now the business, the whole money has exploded up to 2 million, but you cannot buy the equivalent bills we are having before. You will be going to like 8 million up. And most of the customers are not buying what they need. They only buy what they saw that they can afford. And for those of them that travel far from here, most of the goods they are buying are so small now compared to what they have been buying before. The importation we are doing before, assuming before this inflation, we are having, for me, I used to import like 100 cartons. But for now, I can only import at once 20 cartons and 15 so that I can pay and they can supply. The cheapest place we use to go for China. But that has no effect because it's not standard to this. So we go for China once. You can get the cheapest as from 800, 1,000.
As inflation bites into everyday essentials, the skincare sector also feels the squeeze. Prices are shifting, but the desire for healthy, glowing skin remains strong.
I deal on cosmetics products. Okay, and these are shop. There are so many things that are trending. In cosmetics, they have different varieties. I have like when you come to cosmetics, have something like cream and soap and perfume as well. When you come to cream and soap, they have different countries where people do buy from. They have Philippines, they have Thailand, they have London, they have US. So when you come to like a UK, you see something like CeraVe, simple product. These are very quality products that people often go for, especially ladies. These are skincare that will not bleach you or whitening you. Rather, it will tone your skin. It will make your skin to glow. Then when you come to like French product, like the product that they've been gotten from France, they're actually nice cream as well, but they are more of lightening cream. And as well again, in Nigeria here, you have local products that are very, very okay too. They have a lot of them, like Skin Magnet, Lemon Fresh. There are so many wonderful cream here. They do produce in Nigeria here, and people often use as well, and they make use of it. And people don't know they are very, very okay. Before you go into it, you need to be sure of what you want to do. You need to be very, very sure of what you want to do. Then I know how to go about it. And at least get experience of it before you start. And different angles, like at least you need to at least gather customer base. You need to have customer base before you start. That's number one. Make sure the particular plaza they are going to stay. Make sure that that particular plaza they actually did it on that particular stuff that you want to go into. Not that maybe they are selling cream here or soap. Then you go to where they are selling like wine. So it will affect you. Definitely you need to stay within that terrain where they sell those cream and soaps. Closing of border as of then. But now border has been open and all that. So but there are other things that is giving us headache, like issue of an NAFDAC and all that. You bring some certain product in, they will allow you to cross. So when you now stock it in your shop, maybe you pack it in your warehouse or rather packing store. It will be chasing everybody around and all that. Meanwhile, they allow you to come. So if it is not sellable or if it's not good, so they should inform people earlier before people will actually import them. Not that when you allow it from from port authority. Then once it comes to this market, they will start like disturbing people and going and chasing people around, saying that it's a fake product. Why they are the one that allow it to enter. So that's one of the major challenges you are facing. As a person dealing in a cosmetics product, you ought to know the difference between the original. By looking at it, you should know the packaging and what is inside. And it's going to be detriment of you for you to be selling a fake product or copy. Because if you sell fake product to someone, it will affect your business because the person will not like to buy again.
Every malam to his kettle, every skincare babe or guy to their brand. There's something for everyone, whatever your pocket, and hopefully with your dermatologist's advice in mind.
My business name is Obi Success Cosmetics Nigeria Limited. I deal in skincare products, importer and exporter of all the skincares, both UK, Cameroon, China, Dubai, etc. I've been in the business for 5 years now. 5 years ago, you can use at least 2 million, 1 million to start up this business. Example, I use like 1 million to start up my own business. Not up to 1 million self to start up this skincare product. But recently, for newcomer, for new beginners, they can at least use 5 million. And using that 5 million, it will not be enough for them to start up because the economy affected the whole thing. The cost of living now is very, very expensive. The importation now is on the high side because of the dollar rate. Then the dollar rate, there's no fixed price of the dollar rate. It increased and it come down. So with that, the price don't have fixed rate, fixed price of goods. You can come to market today, you might buy cheaper. Tomorrow you might buy higher. The same product you buy cheap today, tomorrow to be on the high side. It really affected the beginner, and we, the dealer that have been in it for years, is also affect us too. We believe that the cost of living is on the high side, the transportation and the dollar rate is also on the high side, affect the sales, and it affect the importing of the goods. Times you will come, you earn more. At times we come, we earn low. So at times we might predict that customer will come, but at the process they will not, because they will say that they don't have that the market, the price of the market is on the high side. They can't be able to pay. And at times customer will come, they will be disappointed on lighting their invoice because the money they budget for coming, the risk, the request they requested will be high. So it also affect our sales. So we doesn't predict our incomes in a month now. It depends on what we see and we follow up. It really affected us a lot, and we can't say we are coping and we are not coping, because in the system of Nigeria we are meant to cope. Because if you cannot cope, what will you do? So we are meant to cope. We are coping. We are adapting. We adapt by force. We cope with our strengths. You know, at times after you bought. Okay, let me just give you an example. You might purchase a market of, Hawaii soap. You might buy it today, 45,000. After saying 45,000, then went back to purchase it again. You might buy it 50,000. So there's no profit. It's not profitable again. It means that the profit you have earned have already go back to the company. So you might change dollar today, 1,500. Tomorrow dollar might be 1,550. You might buy 1,550. Tomorrow it might be 1,500. Is it not affecting the sales? Is it not affecting the profit you're gonna make? So it really affects us a lot. So I can't say we are coping, but we are just trying to put our best in order to adapt the system of government. We get the skincare. Korea is good in skincare. China is also perfect. US is good. But the skincare has levels by levels, department by department. Understand? China skincare, they are where they basically on, they specialize on. The same thing applicable to Korea and US. US skincare is not the type that whitening fast. It comes normal. It brings out your normal color, the normal skin type in you. It glow your color. The same thing applicable to Korea, and some of China skincare also like that. So the skincare is level by level. But what makes the US and Korea and China skincare different is that US is higher, is more expensive than Korea, and Korea is more expensive than China. China is where the least people can as well afford to buy, and their skin will be okay. It doesn't damage skin. It bring out the beauty in you. It bring out the color in you. It bring out the quality, the type, the whom you want to be without applying any powder. So that is the advantage of skincare. And there's the US, Korea, and etc. They're all good, but we depend on the price, on prices. So that is the price difference of skincare. For a start, you have to learn it. You have to enter inside market, meet someone to teach you on skincare. You can't just bust inside. You can't just join skincare without having update on it. When you are into skincare, when you learn it, then when you are in it, you want, when you're in it, look at the customer skin. As you are touching the customer skin, or as you are sighting the customer skin, you can as well dictate the skin type of that customer, because you knows about it. So but when you're a novice on it, you cannot dictate the customer skin type. That will make you to give a customer a long prescription on that. I have not had anyone or anybody say against skincare. Skincare is also for men, for man and women, also for children. We have cousin lotion, cousin oil for children. As you put to bed, you start applying the skincare for your child, for smooth body. You understand? So also for children, but there's some skincare that you not use on children, and there's some skincare you use on children. So we also have children's skincare. You understand? Starting from 0 age, once the baby is put to bed, and as well start using skincare based on their own type. You understand? So children can use skincare, adults can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone. There's a lot of advantage in skincare. Skincare reduce too much of application of makeup in skincare. Once you get your skin type in any skincare products, it will reduce much makeup, much powder, much application on the face, applying a lot of things in your face. Once your skin is neat, to make your skin neat, and once it's neat, it makes you look younger. It will reduce the ages of a woman, and also the age of a man. It reduces their age and it makes them look neat and smooth. So skincare is good for everybody.
Here are some other items we scouted and their prices. A snapshot of what's trending, what's affordable, and what's premium.
Body cream that you can buy in my shop that is cheap is think packets made by Nigerian lotion. You can see 2750. You can see 35. They have cream of 110. They have cream of 17,000. They have 65. A baby white lotion is 65,000. I think Eversoap is the cheapest now. Eversoap is 2,350 for pack. Cheapest liquid. I think they have the one of 5575. Body oil is for the growing of the skin, while cream is for creaming and moisturizing skin. I think dry skin type needs oil. The mist need I think cream. Yeah. The difference between liquid and tablet. For instance, the St. Ives bath. Some people will use the bath; it will react on their skin based on the fragrance. But that body wash has scrub inside. That's the difference.
The wash, the cheapest one should be from 2,000 up. And the shower gel is mostly for females, for their feminine, but all of them do foam. But the shower gel contain much of the germs. While the tablet one can keep it for long and it's to say, but the shower gel is only meant for women and some careful men. Because once it's poured on the sponge, you cannot get it back. But the tablet one, you can be taking it small. The cheapest roller now is 700. The disadvantage is that most of the work written on it is not being done by the same roller.
For skincare for face, to apply it on face, you don't need to use face cream leg roll. If you are using face cream, use it. You don't need to use face cream as your normal body cream. Face cream can be applied 3 times in a week. And about body serum, face serum can be applying every day, morning and night. Cleanser, you can clean your face morning and night after taking shower, after your bath. Then after applying your cleanser, you apply your serum before putting in face cream. Face cream is the last you will apply. And finally, you can as well use sunscreen. Sunscreen protects you from from sun. So that is how to apply skincare. The cheapest cleanser you will see in my shop is Dr. Rachel cleanser. It's 2.5. The cheapest moisturizer is also Dr. Rachel or Beauty Formula. Beauty Formula. This is the moisturizer. It's also cheapest 2.5. And Dr. Rachel moisturizer is also 2.5. You understand? So we have others that's cheaper.
And as with every industry we've explored, one question keeps returning. What is the way forward? For traders, consumers, and entrepreneurs alike, the answer may define the next chapter of Nigeria's skincare boom.
And that's it for the skincare industry on Market Pulse. I am Amanda Imosigwe for Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is a news update with you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira strengthens to 145 to a dollar in 2025, signals market stability. CBN takes direct control of Nigeria's fixed income market to boost transparency. IOC's the investment unlocked 5.5 billion US dollar investment in Nigeria. Nigeria's top insurance owed over 1 trillion naira ahead of recapitalization rules. Thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Deborah Eze. The Naira has continued its rally in Nigeria's foreign exchange market, settling at 1,455 to the US dollar. This marks one of its strongest performances of the year. Latest figures from the Nigerian foreign exchange market show the Naira trading at 1,455 to the dollar, while the black market rate hovered slightly higher between 1,460 and 1,470. Analysts credit the gains to rising foreign reserve, now at $43 billion, and tighter central bank reforms that have curbed speculative trading. Investor confidence has been further boosted by inflow from oil companies and foreign portfolio investors. The central bank governor, Yemi Cardoso, says Nigeria's current account surplus more than doubled in the second quarter of 2025, improved liquidity and stronger market confidence. He added, continues to underpin the Naira recovery. And moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria is set to begin a phased overhaul of the country's fixed income market starting November. The move, the bank says, is designed to enhance transparency, efficiency, and stability across the financial system. According to a statement signed by Oke Umueno, Acting Director of Financial Markets, the CBN assumed direct control of both the trading platform and settlement process for all fixed income transactions. Officials say this transition will tighten regulatory oversight and strengthen monetary policy transmission. The reform will roll out in stages. User testing of the new settlement infrastructure is expected this month, ahead of a pilot phase that will run alongside the existing system. The first major milestone, a full migration of settlement processes, takes effect on November 3rd. The second stage, involving the launch of the new trading platform, is scheduled for December 1st. The central bank is urging market stakeholders, including pension fund administrators and primary dealers, to fully cooperate as Nigeria moves towards a more transparent and resilient market. Also, Nigeria's Minister of Petroleum and Resources, Ainekin Lokobiri, says recent divestments by international oil companies have unlocked more than $5.5 billion in new investment. He made the announcement in Cape Town, South Africa, while delivering President Bola Tinubu's keynote address at the Africa Energy Week. According to the minister, reforms under the Petroleum Industry Act have created a more stable and transparent environment for investors. He explained that asset transfers are not just about ownership, but also about confidence and capacity, pointing out that the investment have already boosted Nigeria's daily crude oil output by 200,000 barrels. He added that Nigeria's crude production now averages between 1.7 and 1.8 million barrels per day, supported by the project's 1 million barrels initiative. The number of active drilling rigs has also climbed, rising from 31 in January to 50 by July this year. Dokobiri further called on African nations to retain more value from their resources, urging collaboration and greater use of Africa's $4 trillion in domestic capital. He stressed that oil will remain central to Nigeria's energy mix, while underscoring the country's commitment to a balanced, sustainable, and investor-friendly energy future. And up ahead, Nigeria's top insurers owed over 1 trillion naira ahead of recapitalization rules. We bring you more details after this timeout.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene. Nigeria's 10 largest listed insurance companies have crossed the 1 trillion naira mark in combined market capitalization, a major milestone as the industry prepares for new recapitalization rules. Custodian and Allied leads with 253 billion naira, followed by NEM Insurance, ICO, AXA Mansard, and Cornerstone Insurance. Together with Mutual Benefits, WAPIC, Sovereign Trust, Linkage Insurance, and Sunu Assurances, these firms now dominate the Nigerian exchange insurance segment. The reform signed into law by President Bola Tinubu in July sets new capital thresholds: 10 billion naira for life insurers, 15 billion for non-life, and 35 billion for reinsurers, with a compliance deadline of July 2026. Analysts say while the bigger players are well positioned, smaller firms may be forced into mergers or fresh capital raising. With Nigeria's insurance penetration still at just 0.5%, experts believe the reform could unlock long-stalled growth, attract foreign investment, and finally make the sector a stronger driver of the economy. Readiness Capital Africa have raised concerns over the National Pension Commission latest recapitalization directive, warning that while the reform aimed to strengthen Nigeria's pension industry, they could distort market incentives and trigger overcapitalization. PFAs with under 500 billion naira AUM must hold 20 billion naira capital, while larger ones need 20 billion naira plus 1% of excess AUM. PFCs must keep 25 billion naira plus 0.1% of assets under custody. The firm estimates the industry will need an additional 275.7 billion naira to meet the new thresholds, likely sparking another wave of consolidation. Raising its capital, cautioned that while stronger buffers are justified, the rules may discourage scale, reduce dividends through profit retention, and ultimately reshape Nigeria's pension industry. Away from that story, Nigeria has emerged as a major crude supplier to Senegal's 30,000 barrel per day Dakar refinery, despite Senegal beginning oil production last year. Senegal's Sangoma field, which pumps about 100,000 barrels per day of medium sour crude, is exported mainly to Europe, leaving the Dakar refinery unable to process its own crude. The refinery, built for lighter grades, now relies on Nigeria's Hera crude, averaging 30,000 barrels per day and vital to Senegal's operations. With Nigeria's Hera crude and Russian refined product as a backbone of Senegal's domestic energy balance, Nigerian refineries continue to lament inadequate local crude supply. And President Bola Tinubu will, on October 8th, inaugurate the $400 million Ota Kikbo onshore crude oil export terminal in Rivers State. The project, developed by Green Energy International Limited in Ikuru Town, Andonin, LGA, marks the country's first wholly indigenous onshore terminal since the Focado terminal was commissioned in 1971. The ceremony is expected to draw top government officials, including the Minister of State for Petroleum, Senator Ainekin Lukobiri, Rivers State Governor Similayi Fubara, and major industry stakeholders. According to GEIL, the terminal supports the administration's drive to raise crude production with an initial storage capacity of 750,000 barrels, expendable to 3 million, and a loading capacity of 360,000 barrels per day. GEIL Chairman Professor Anthony Adelugbe described the terminal as a game-changing national infrastructure, while analysts see it as a step towards restoring investor confidence in Nigeria's oil sector. And the central bank governor, Olayemi Cardoso, has urged future leaders to adopt transparency, evidence, and data-driven decision-making as core principles of effective governance. Speaking at the maiden edition of the CBN Governors Lecture Series hosted by the Lagos Business School on Friday, Cardoso noted that leadership in monetary policy was inseparable from nation building. According to him, though leadership requires dialogue, just as he highlighted the importance of open discourse in policy development. And still to come, Morocco and EU reach new trade deal, including Western Sahara farming product. This and more after this commercial break.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa, where Morocco and the European Union have reached an agreement to amend the agricultural trade deal by introducing origin labeling for products from Western Sahara. Foreign Minister Nasser Bourita confirmed the development on Thursday, saying the adjustment ensures that goods from the disputed territories will enjoy the same preferential tariff as those from Morocco. This comes after the European Court of Justice ruled in October 2024 that the earlier trade deal was invalid as it included Western Sahara without proper distinction. Under the new arrangement, products will carry clear origin label, Layoni, Sakia, Hel, Hamra, and Dakla Hood, Edehab, reflecting Morocco's administrative division in the region. Western Sahara remains at the center of a long-running dispute between Morocco, which administers the territory, and the Algeria-backed Polisario Front, which seeks independence. And Egypt's central bank has cut its overnight interest rate by 100 basis points, marking its fourth reduction this year. This move comes as inflationary pressures remain limited despite stronger economic growth. The Monetary Policy Committee lowered the deposit rate to 21% from 22% and the lending rate to 22% from 23%. The decision was in line with analyst expectations, and according to the central bank, Egypt's economy expanded by 5% in the second quarter of 2025, up from 4.8% in the first quarter. Tourism, non-oil manufacturing, and trade were key drivers of the growth. Headline inflation continued to ease, dropping to 12% in August from 13.9% in July, far below its peak of 38% in September 2023. The bank said the broad-based decline in prices suggests that inflation expectations are improving and the effect of earlier shocks are dissipating. And now we head to the foreign scene, where U.S. President Donald Trump has warned that federal workers could face firings and projects may be permanently cut if the ongoing government shutdown continues. Speaking in an interview with the One American News Network, Trump blamed Democrats in Congress for the deadlock, saying he has the authority to eliminate projects that, in his words, should have never been approved. The U.S. government partially shut down on Wednesday after lawmakers failed to reach a funding deal, leaving only essential services in operation. Trump also said revenues from new tariffs could eventually reach $1 trillion annually, far higher than Treasury estimates, and some suggested some of the money could be used to pay down the nation's debt, which currently stands at $37.6 trillion. He further hinted that his administration is considering rebate checks for Americans, describing them as a potential dividend to the people, possibly ranging from $1,000 to $2,000. And also, the yen edged lower on Friday, easing after its sharpest weekly gain in more than 4 months as traders wait the prospect of further Bank of Japan rate hike and a key political context this week. Barge Governor Kazuo Ueda reiterated that the central bank would continue raising interest rates if the economy and prices move in line with forecasts. Markets are also focused on Saturday's Liberal Democratic Party election, which will decide Japan's next prime minister. The yen slipped 0.2% to 147.52 per dollar, though still on track for a 1.3% weekly advance, its biggest since May. Meanwhile, the US dollar firmed despite a government shutdown that has altered publication of key economic data, including September's job report. A Chicago Fed estimate puts the jobless rate at 4.3%, unchanged from August. Canada's currency hovered near a 4-month low on sliding oil prices, while the euro was steady at 1.1721 to a dollar. And up next is sport news after this break. Do stay with us.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. We now head to sports, where Nottingham Forest manager Ange Postecoglou has responded to fans who chanted that he will be sacked following his side's Europa League defeat to Denmark FC. Forest were beaten 3-2 at the City Ground, conceding twice from set pieces before a late third goal on the counter. The result missed, Postecoglou is still searching for his first win in charge, with 4 defeats in 6 matches since replacing Nuno Espirito Santo, making him the first permanent Forest boss in a century to go winless in his open 6 games. Speaking after the loss, the Australian said supporters were entitled to their opinion, but insisted the team is on the right track despite defensive struggles. Forest have now conceded 13 goals under his leadership and are without a clean sheet since April. And to end the news, Aston Villa extended their winning streak with a 2-0 victory over Feyenoord in the Europa League, though the match was overshadowed by controversial refereeing decision. With first-choice goalkeeper Emi Martinez injured in the warm-up, standing Marco Bizot kept Villa in the game during a dominant spell for the host. Goals from Emi Bunde and John McGreen, both also on the screen sheet in Sunday's Premier League win over Fulham, sealed a third straight victory for Unai Emery's side. But Feyenoord were less frustrated after referee Reid made 2 major first-half goals. It showed only a yellow card for Anel, last man's foul on Oli Watkins, despite a VAR review, and later disallowed a goal from Ayase Weda, citing a foul in the build-up. The referee later apologized to Feyenoord boss Robin van Persie for ruling out what replays suggested was a legitimate goal. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Secretary Council. And of course, we'll also be looking at Nigeria 65. How far has the nation fared? I have with me in the studio 2 gentlemen. They've always been here. The Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome there. And I also have with me Mr. Uroko Matthew, who is the assistant editor here at Business Day.
Thank you for this strange introduction.
Not so many people know you as
you want to popularize
yes,
I'm Chuka.
Yeah, we have to introduce you deeper than people know.
Well,
all right, gentlemen, you are welcome.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks for joining me today on the BDTV roundtable. Well, like I said, 2 issues are before us to discuss: Nigeria's quest for a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council, and of course, Nigeria at 65. How far has the nation gone? How far we fared as a nation since we gained independence in 1960? But the first, topic I would like us to look at is our quest to be given a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council. I mean, since my entire adult life, this has been the request. If each year Nigeria goes to the United Nations General Assembly, this has been the request. So this is what we keep asking for, and unfortunately, we have not been given. I do not know whether we will ever be given this opportunity. But then let's look at it. The United Nations was established in 1945, after the Second World War, basically to ensure that we have peace in the world, just to making sure that the nations of the world live, peacefully, and just to avoid the kind of carnage that we saw in the Second World War. But of course, at the establishment of the United Nations in 1945, the allied nation that sort of had victory, in that war, became the permanent members of the Security Council. At that time, Africa was still largely under colonial administration. So at that time, Africa generally did not have any serious influence on global affairs. And so we're not there really. But it's been so many years down the line, and we are not given that opportunity to serve permanently on the Council of the Security Council. And you are wondering, why is it so? I mean, really, Africa has come of age. Though we serve, we alternate, African nations alternate as non-permanent members, on that council. Of course, Nigeria, the first time Nigeria was able to serve in that council was 1966 to 1912. And the last time, we served was 2014 to 2015. That was under the Jonathan administration. Ever since that time, of course, other African nations will also have to take their turn. But let me start by asking you, Zeb, the question. What, in your view, is the reason why this permanent seat has continued to elude Africa and indeed Nigeria?
Thank you very much. In your introductory remarks, you said Africa, let me say, African countries were under colonial masters. The question to ask, have we gone beyond that status in real terms? African countries have got independence from their colonial masters in name, but I wouldn't say that we have been independent in terms of doing things for ourselves and by ourselves. We are still attached to the apron string of those our colonial masters. When you are talking about having a seat, a permanent seat on the UN Security Council, that means you are beginning to play with the big boys. The 5 permanent countries on that council, you talk about China, you talk about France, you talk about Russia, United Kingdom, and the US.
Yes.
These are the countries that have been sponsoring the affairs of that association, of that council. In fact, US alone is contributing about 28% of the entire money needed
Budget of the
to run the business. So all the trillions we are hearing, maybe over 500 billion US dollars that have been budgeted for this current year or thereabout. US is picking 28%, and some others are taking. So which of the African countries is contributing anything? For instance, how much has Nigeria contributed or is contributing to that? It's not just about wishing, because they say if wishes were horses, the beggar will have ridden on them. So we can wish, but are we really doing things that will make it possible for us to get there? The leaders are right to say we should be there. It's not just by nobody. Our president always said, power is not served a la carte. So such a big boy group cannot be given to you by mere wishing. So we should be seen to be doing things that will endear the people to say, these people are really playing in the league. So look at what we have been going through with the ragtag bandits, Boko Haram, and all that. We have not even sorted all those things out. Minimal things that ordinarily we should have been taken care of. We are still battling with that. But that does not mean to say that a country should not wish. We should wish to be where others are. Nigeria is looking at itself as the giant of Africa, at least being the largest economy in Africa. The we believe that we should be somewhere, not where we are now. But I think there are other parameters that will guarantee us that permanent seat, which I think we are falling short of. We are not really met at the moment.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think Egypt has overtaken us as the
largest
economy in Africa.
Yeah.
But Chuka, let me come to you. You know, the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was represented at the United Nations last week. The United Nations by the Vice President Kasim Shettima. Of course, again, like I said, it's always been our request whenever we attend the United Nations General Assembly. But the Vice President, of course, speaking for Mr. President, actually made this case on the basis that, look, Nigeria is a country of over 200 million people, over 200 million people, and of course has played a very prominent role, even in
the peacekeeping missions
around the world. And then, of course, are this not good reason enough for this league of big brother like Zeb called France, United States, China, and Russia? Shouldn't we get there? By the way, I mean, but because if we are an independent nation, right? So we are also we are a sovereign state. We are a sovereign nation.
Thank you so much, Josh, for this question. And what I think is that sovereignty is not just enough. Population is not just enough. If you listen to the Vice President really when he was making this request at the last ONGA meeting, he was very emphatic about the fact that when this body was formed, Nigeria was less than 100 million people. Today we are over 230. That's the way he put it. Yet it's time enough for us to be given this opportunity to be in that council. But I think that those who are presiding over that particular body are looking at things that maybe we are not even looking at as a people. We may not be looking at what they think that we should be. Because if you are talking about Security Council, it means you must play a prominent role in the security of the entire world, not just about your country. But then, back home, you find that we are struggling to even contain the little security issues that we have in the country. Well, you are the giant of the continent where you belong. You are touted as one of the big boys in terms of the economy of the continent. But very little problems. I want to believe that these people, these other members of that Security Council are looking at us from another prison, different from where we see ourselves. That, oh, you may be this, you may be sovereign, yes, we agree that you are sovereign. You have a large population. You can play a key role in terms of the economy of the continent. But what are you doing for yourselves? How much have you taken care of yourselves before you think of other people? You find that the problem of Nigeria is not about having what it takes to take care of the people. It's the fact that we don't have the will, the political will, even the moral justification sometimes to do things for other people except ourselves. Look at the simple problem of, oh, this is what we are having. The trendiest issue in Nigeria today is about oil. You have Pengasen, you have a private operator who has decided to make things better for others, but some people are saying, no, you can't do that. And then a lot of people believe that the union that is fighting Dangote, for instance, are fighting for themselves and not for the people. And this thing runs around the entire spectrum of the country. When a politician is talking to you, he's looking at you as a means of achieving his selfish interest. Whenever any private sector is doing anything, he's not doing it, oh, I love these people. It's just what will come to me. So some of these things, when you aggregate them, you find that Nigeria actually doesn't have all it takes to be where it wishes to be because of what we may call inaction or action of the leaders of the country.
Okay, Zeb, I come back to you. So there are, because as Nigeria is pushing, South Africa is also pushing. Egypt is also pushing. So let's look at it. This is a continent of 45 countries. Isn't that big enough, really? Because if Nigeria doesn't get that, because we have maybe internal issues, or maybe we haven't played big role globally to be so recognized. What about South Africa? What about Egypt? Which are also pushing for
global players.
Yeah, well, also pushing for these permanent seats. I mean, shouldn't these other countries be considered, if at least to ensure that Africa is? If you look at that, where you have the permanent, the countries that are there permanently, you see 3 countries from Europe. You see 1 country from North America, that is the United States, and of course you see 1 country from Asia, that is China. There's no country from Africa. It's a big continent, for God's sake.
You see, when we play on sentiment, we may lose sight of the considerations or the criteria that may have been set
for choosing people.
But there's no clear cuts. We don't even know.
Now we are talking about big players like China. Can you put South Africa or Egypt side by side with China, with what China is doing, with what France is doing, with what Russia? We are talking about world powers in terms of armament, in terms of, those who fought the Second World War, those who are formidable in terms of
everything,
military hardware and all that.
Yes.
So,
and even economic powers.
So, where do you put Egypt?
Nigeria?
He's talking about South Africa. Where do you put South Africa? Where do you put Egypt? Where we may be driven by sentiment, I said, because this is Africa. It is not just, like I said earlier, these things cannot just be given because you want to represent your continent. If it were like that, okay, look at, for instance, Nigeria was the chairman, or our president was the chairman of ECOWAS in the last few years now.
I think 2 years.
2 years. Under his leadership, 3 countries
separated
from that place and said we are no longer part of ECOWAS. We have Burkina Faso, we have Mali, we have Niger. They left. So if you are a big brother
and under military government,
and they said we are on our own. And some of the reasons for which they left, they discovered that this France you are aligning yourself with had been the reason they gave has been pauperizing them.
They are
underdeveloping them. But is the leader of the ECOWAS now that is aligning with France. Every day is going to France. He's going to France. So in your own regional bloc where you are a leader, because Nigeria unarguably is a leader when you talk about ECOWAS, you have not even harnessed the relationship you have with other member states because of the attitude they are living. And you are going, okay, by the way, if Nigeria is pushing for that and we are very serious, what prevented our president from going there in person? Most other head of states and presidents that were making demands were there in person to argue themselves. Then we are not saying by any means that the vice president is not a lesser mortal. But the president should have been there. In the last year, the president was not there. This year, the president was not there again. He should have been there to argue his case, to say, I am the president
of show seriousness.
This formidable country, and we need it. But sending a representative to voice out your demand is not powerful enough. And people may be looking at it as if, what is going on here? So South Africa, Egypt, I do not know, like I've said, I do not know all the criteria that are set out for admitting
choosing
people. But I'm sure that we are not playing heavy enough to belong. At the moment, we are not asserted ourselves. In my introductory remarks, I say that before now, some years back, when Nigeria was admitted as a non-permanent, Nigeria was trending very well in terms of fighting, being security conscious. We are more security conscious and are really able to fight our enemies, internal enemies. But this time, things have so badly degenerated that everywhere you turn now, there's this allegation that those who were supposed to fight this and those who were supposed to protect people are now compromising with enemies, with the non-state actors. So, are you saying that the world is not hearing or that the world is not looking at what is happening here? They even know better, more than we who are in the country here, what is going on in the country. If we are struggling to contain the bandits to the point that some states are now going into agreement with bandits, hey, they will tell you have not started. Because in the past, when a thief is coming and see that the state military people are brandishing bigger guns, they run away. But now, all those non-state actors are bringing more firearms and bigger guns. So the world is saying, put your house in order. Before we'll admit you, you have to at least show that you are serious. We are talking about security. So we have not sufficiently shown that we have conquered our internal
problems.
Problem.
And then again, if you look at Nigeria, it's a beggar nation. And he wants to go and ally with those who are giving him. So when you want to contribute to fight the
but that is true. Every global event you attend, you go there to make it and you have even made case for. Okay, even at that time,
even this one, they speak
kind of something like that.
I think my own argument is that if they later we're all going to contribute to 1,000 for this course, you say, please, China, why not just give me? Why not just lend me small things?
They have forgiven yourself some years ago, and now you are coming again to make. Why you are borrowing? You are going everywhere borrowing.
There are a litany of reasons why Nigeria cannot.
Or may not.
Cannot. But
for
now,
all right, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll be taking a look at our second topic for today. But just before we go on break, I think it's important to point out the fact that we are in a sovereign nation, and I think
that's agreed.
The big brothers, as we want to call them here, I mean the big five, who are permanent members of the Security Council of the United Nations, should consider the fact that they are not the only one that should decide global affairs. I mean, I'll keep on arguing that. I mean, even if we don't want to give to Nigeria, I mean, there should be at least
somebody from Africa
that sits on that council. I mean, at least because you can't push Africa, away. 54 countries, you can't just brush Africa away, whatever it is. And there's so many challenges Africa is facing right now. So I think
most countries
just sit down and discuss some of these issues without Africa making strong input, especially relating to security. I think that Nigeria will continue to, I see us going back again, year after year, to continue to make case for us to be included. Like we said, if you do not want to, put Nigeria there, please. There are other
African countries
that you can consider. So at least Africa can have a voice. Well, we're going a quick break now. When we return, we'll talk about Nigeria independence as 65 years of independence. Welcome back. This is still a BDTV roundtable where we discuss issues that affect us as a people and, of course, as a nation. Today, we're looking at two issues. Nigeria's continued request for permanent membership of the United Nations Security Council. Of course, we're also looking at Nigeria's at 65. How far have we gone as a nation since we secure our political independence from the Britain in 1960? We just wrap up talking about our request to be a permanent member on the United Nations Council. But so let's look at the second, the other topic. Chuka, I will start with you. Nigeria is 65. Having secure independence from the Britain in 1960. I will ask you, how are we at the pronouncement of independence in 1960, right? There were dreams that the founding father of the nation were looking at. I want to ask you, do you think that we have actually lived that dream or those dreams? Because
thank you so much for the question. I want to say first and foremost that we cannot just dismiss Nigeria as a nation that has not maybe grown after 26 years. What should be of concern to anybody is how far have you come in 65 years? How grown are you? How mature are you, even though you have grown? Nigeria has seen a good side of life, at least up to the Civil War. The country was actually living the dreams of the founding fathers. Things were working very well. Even post-Civil War, things were still okay. And that was where some of us found ourselves in schools. I can remember that all through my primary up to secondary school, we didn't pay school fees.
Interesting.
Because things were working very well. In my primary school, I remember our teacher just came one day and told us that, oh, that's what they call $1 in Nigeria. That's a windfall. That's what the teacher said, even though it didn't make money meaning to us then.
I think that was Udoji.
No,
because of the
discovery of oil.
Okay. Yeah.
They told us that from now, people are no longer going to pay school fees. And this thing continued until we enter secondary school. I remember maybe 1 term or 2 terms I paid school fees, and then they told us I will not pay again. We just pay for your boarding fee, and we are there in school. So things were really working. Education was given a pride of place. Every child must be educated. That was post-Civil War children of those days. But the annoying thing about Nigeria, what is really very painful about this country is that when you say that a country is developing, it means that incremental growth. Things will be increasing from, as the years roll by, things will get better. But in our own case, I think since the return of Nigeria after even during the the military era, things were still better. You will see roads being constructed. You see government were commissioning roads. There was Operation Feed the Nation, which was serving for food. All these things were there until 1990. Well, see, even the Second Republic, Nigeria, the Second Republic politics, things were still, that is Shagari era. Yes. Things were still okay. That was when we were in secondary school. You could use 10 naira to buy all the things you needed as a student to go back to school.
That was when naira
had value. I remember as a student, my father would just give me 10 naira. And I used that one to do shopping. That would take me for 1 month. I'll come home, the man will give another 10 naira. So We cannot talk about some of these things. So essentially, we have actually grown, but have not matured over time. So the dreams of the founding fathers of this nation was that as after 65 years, the country will be coasting. And even when these people were dreaming, Nigeria was not as fortunate or well endowed as it is today. Because the discovery of oil came many years after the founding of
let me cut you there, because you just mentioned something, and the discovery of oil. There, I will come to you. Was the discovery of oil a cause? Because so many have. Was it a cause, or I don't know, a blessing? Because there are many people who tell you, oh, perhaps if we didn't discover oil, we would have been more focused. So the discovery of oil, kind of took the focus of the leaders away from.
I think let us correct something here. It's not about the discovery of oil. It is when oil started making rolling that is petrol, the dollar started rolling in.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So let me just ask, and then again, just combine two questions. Well, what will you say are the political gains of Nigeria's independence?
Well, thank you, Josh. The discovery of oil on its own was a blessing. But it is the application of the resources
that came with it,
that came from that discovery, that may have really harmed the country. If we had rightly invested the money that had accrued to the country over all these years, Nigeria would have been like Eldorado. But because of selfish interest and large-scale corruption, you find out that some individuals are richer than the country is. So we can't say it's a cause, because if you go to school and acquire a good degree and you are not making, your parents that sent you to school will not say it's a cause that they sent their child to school. But it just happened that that child decided to be a prodigal son after acquiring a very good degree.
Okay, but thank you. Have we made some political gains? What are the political gains that
we have made? Some political gains because Nigerians are more enlightened now, both politically and academically. Many Nigerians are doing great things, and despite the fact that it will appear or it will seem that we are receding. We are receding now because our elections no longer count. People are no longer interested in even going to vote.
That's quite sad.
Yes. People are more aware about the environment now, political environment. But I can say we are receding. He made mention of all those developments that happened in the military era. Some of the bridges that were constructed there, some of the high-rise, and a lot of things that were established by the military are the things that we are selling now. So all the things that we are laboring today are going into the pockets of the few. Every day we discover millions of dollars were discovered here individually. Buildings are
rising up every day.
And recently you had, or just December last year, 753 duplexes.
Belonging to one man.
Belonging to somebody. But we are not stagnant. We are making progress. It may seem that the progress is not, as fast as we wish it. But things are happening. And I tell you that after when PDP came some years back, they were bragging that they will be there the next 60 years. But all of a sudden, things change. APC is there today, and they are saying that in 100 years or whatever. But something will also happen, which means that people are learning. As things are happening, people are learning. Are we on the right trajectory or not? So we can, despite the negativities we may be seeing, I think we cannot altogether say that we are not making progress.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Chuka, as we wrap up, one of the dreams of the founding father was to see a nation that is united, a people that, are united. Would you say that we have really achieved that? The founding father wanted to see, because Nigeria is made up of so many ethnic,
more cohesive.
So have we achieved that, or are we receding in that aspect too?
I think
are we united as a people? Are we,
I would say emphatically no, because 65 years after, we are more divided today than we were some years back. In the 80s, up to 80s, early 80s, late 80s, we are still together as a people, where you could see somebody from the West here going to win election in the East and vice versa. People will just welcome. Even in the early 2000s, I knew of many people from the East who were winning elections here. Now you cannot try that. And not because you are not popular. It's because some people say you cannot. And that tells you that they were no longer one. So in terms of unity, we have got it, we have already missed it. And I don't know what miracle that will happen that will still make Nigeria the same as we were before. You can hear in some parts of the country where we say, oh, because we are from certain part of the country, we cannot vote on our land. We cannot vote here, even though you are living here, even though you were born here. But because of your name, you cannot vote for election here. So that does not speak about unity, does not speak about oneness. So going straight to your question, we are more divided now than we were even some 10 years ago. So the thing is that we are getting worse by the day, and that is very unfortunate as a country. We believe that even as adult life, because 65 is old age, that's when people will start liking themselves, preparing themselves for, how do I finish my retirement? Because you have worked hard, acquired all you are supposed to acquire, and now we are just sitting back to enjoy what we have done. But here at 65, we are still struggling even to eat.
Well, thank you very much, Chuka. Thank you, Zeb. I think we're going to wrap it up here. Just to say that, based on what you have said, I think there is a need for the leaders to take a second look at the dreams of the founding fathers of this country, especially when it comes to actually unity. A people that are united, a people that where equal opportunity, people that enjoy equal opportunity
anywhere they are in the
equity,
country.
justice, and fairness as captured even in our national anthem, and of course the flag, the coat of arms, unity and peace, right? Okay, so I think there will be a need for our leaders to again sit down and look at the dreams of the founding fathers of Nigeria to say that, look, these were the things that they wanted to see in Nigeria, and then to work towards ensuring that those things are actually put in place so that every Nigerian, everywhere they are, can feel a sense of belonging and they truly be proud to call themselves Nigerians. Thank you, gentlemen. This is where we're going to wrap up for today. Until we come again next week, remain blessed. Keep watching BDTV. My name is Joshua Bass.
Our guest, Obi Emelonia, is standing by, most definitely, and we're talking about the topic, which is key, the Nigerian film industry, Hollywood as a plus for Nigeria's revenue growth. And our third segment will be Deal or No Deal. There, we'll be examining what Trump is doing. He says he's going to renew threats to impose 100% tariff on non-US made movies. And after that, retrospect comes your way, where we look at African and Nigerian film industry so far since the 60s. All this will come your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus. Don't go away. Welcome back. This is Industry Focus. Let's jump straight into our quote of the day on Nigerian movie industry and Nollywood, as the case may be. Don't forget, the idea is to see how, so far, what they have done and what they're doing can translate into greatness and increase Nigeria's business deal and, more importantly, the GDP. So our quote of the day goes this way. It says, Nollywood is a genre and not an entire film industry. I take it again. It says Nollywood is a genre and not an entire film industry. Those were not my words. Rather, they were words of Chika and Nadu. I hope I pronounced that correctly. So now you have the quotes. Let's jump straight up into our second segment, where we talk to our captains of different industries and they help us, make us see clearly, and they shed more light on those areas that each industry is there to focus on Nigeria and give us more business opportunities. So, straight into it, our guest, most definitely, Obi Emilonia. He's a professional footballer, a former professional footballer and law professional. Yes, graduated from the University of Nsukka with a BA, Dramatic Arts. He went to study a lot after that. Of course, he got a law degree from University of University in London, right there. You can see his picture. He completed a postgraduate degree in legal practitioner and, of course, created more room for people to see that he knows exactly what he wants to do. London Metropolitan, right there, University. He practiced law a few years before he focused on his first love, which is movies and films. Additionally, he obtained a postgraduate certificate in higher education. Yes, right there also in London, where he lives. Finally, Obi Emilonia completed a PhD research at Goldsmith, right there, University of London. You cannot make a mistake. And he's an authority, right, when it comes to Nigerian Nollywood movies and, of course, everything that has to do with creative work. Help me welcome my guest. I can go on and on and on, but you see, his accolades are quite large, and you can see me smiling. One way or the other, it comes with so much joy. But help me welcome my guest, Obi Emilonia. Good afternoon, Mr. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Valentine. I'm here.
Fantastic, fantastic. I was going to go on and on with your accolades, but it's like 4 pages.
Okay, yeah,
so I had to just make it brief. Most definitely. You're looking good. You're looking good. We can tell that the weather over there in the UK, is quite favorable. How are you though?
Yes, the old man is still here, so we give God glory. Yes. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we do have all your listed out movies that you've been part of, the ones you produced, and of course other film as a professional filmmaker, and again an executive producer. So we'll jump into that. But let us jump straight into this area that is kind of giving us some concern, which is the business area of Nollywood and film industry. All right. So if you look at it, some say that for what it's worth, like your movie, The Mirror Boy. We also have Badamosi. We have all those ones listed out, but it didn't come without you going through, different hurdles and challenges. We'll get to that, but let us jump straight up to the very first thing first to know: is it possible that Nigerian Nollywood, of course, Nigerian film industry and Nollywood, is not getting the best of it? So the question is this: do you see Nollywood as something that can grow our Nigerian film industry bigger than it is right now in the next 10 years, as the case may be, having in mind that in Nollywood as a plus for Nigerian revenue? okay, can create more room for growth. So see it this way, beyond the box office, the ripple effect, we often hear about Nollywood's multi-billion-dollar valuation. Beyond the box office, streaming revenues. Can you break down in detail the ripple effect?
Yes, thank you, Valentine, once again.
Right.
Our industry is a very eclectic one, for want of a better word, in the sense that it has a formal and an informal elements. So when calculations are being made for the value of the industry, what is taken into account most of the time is the informal sector of the industry. The informal, slightly disorganized, for want of a better phrase again, disorganized sector of the industry is usually neglected. But the impact of the industry has been felt, since 1992, when this version of the Nigerian film industry emerged on the back of Living in Bondage by Ogunjiofo.
Right.
Since that time, the industry has been growing in leaps and bounds in terms of its reach, in terms of its capability to add to the national economy, in terms of its employment potential, in terms of empowerment potential for a demographic that is usually not, not so very well educated at the beginning, but now you find that nearly everybody has aspirations to be in Nollywood because it has grown to that level where it provides sustenance and the vehicle for people to achieve their dreams and tick the boxes for their bucket lists.
Right.
So it's an industry that is humongous in terms of scale, and sometimes we undervalue the importance of the industry, its power to affect the country. I think when we now try to analyze the industry based on economic indices that the West uses to analyze the economy, for argument's sake, GDP, you find that it becomes slightly difficult to embrace and take into account everything that the industry represents. But when you look at it from the point of view of how many people are feeding their families, paying their bills on the back of direct link or indirect link with the Nollywood film industry,
right,
the numbers are very staggering.
Okay, so the numbers are very staggering, meaning to say that, we have this great hype as Nollywood, Nigerian film industry, but are people really feeding from it and living a sustainable livelihood? I get where you're coming from. Okay, that again, we have to throw out to the public, and I know they're listening and they're watching all the way. But again, I must say that I must appreciate the fact that you're taking your time to itemize those areas, that has to do with if people are making money from the film industry and if that's really helping the nation. But let's jump into this one. We know that one of the things that can slow down the progress could be the issue of piracy. So, I mean, we begin to sound like a broken record where people talk about, your intellectual property, the IP and every other thing being, misused or stolen. And so all the hard work and money put in is not gotten from the creative work itself, thereby affecting the GDP one way or the other, affecting the income in that industry. But we want to know the piracy, right, to stream evolution, all right? The major historical leak in Nollywood's revenue bucket was piracy, most definitely. Now, how has the shift towards formal distribution channeled, right, the cinema chain and every other international stream platform, how has it really, really helped? We know there's Netflix, we know Showmax, all these are fundamental ones, but apart from that, is the piracy thing affecting the Nigerian film industry, and how bad?
I think we have to go back to the beginning of the film industry and trace its roots and its association with piracy. The Nollywood film industry was, according to one of the scholars that have written extensively about Nollywood, was built on a foundation of piracy. it was built on an infrastructure of piracy.
Wow.
Let's go back to 1992 when Kenneth Nebwe released Living in Bondage. Who was Kenneth Nebwe before that? He was a marketer in Idumota who was pirating Indian films and Chinese films and Hollywood films and selling them on VHS tapes to homes and families in Nigeria. Then he took a punt with Living in Bondage, which he put on the same platform that he was using to pirate Hollywood films,
right,
and used the same platforms in the markets, the same vendors who would take the goods and account to him. The same infrastructure of piracy that he was operating on before was what he used to sell Living in Bondage. So when Living in Bondage became successful, most of his colleagues in the same line of business did the same thing. They called somebody who could write, they wrote a story, called some actors together, made it, and used the same infrastructure of piracy to distribute it. So you now see that the industry has an umbilical relationship with piracy. So when the DVD and the VCD era came and the Chinese people could squeeze 100 films into one DVD, that was the piracy becoming structurally stronger than the market itself. And that was what led to the demise of that market, because piracy has been existent in the industry from the beginning. It was just a little leech, bleeding and hemorrhaging the industry. But the major source of revenue for the industry was much bigger than the leak of the piracy. But when the piracy became bigger than the main industry, obviously it swallowed it. And that was why the VCD industry died circa 2010 to 2014. That industry died. Now the cinema sector, which is the new Nollywood, now came with slightly bigger budgets, slightly better production values, slightly more ambitious projects with a cycle involving cinema, the VCD and DVD platforms also. You now discovered that there was a shift, and it took the pirates a little bit of time to catch up, but eventually they did catch up. They started going to cinemas, recording the films themselves as they're watching them, or using people that work in the cinema sector to get copies of the film and pirate it. And even today, when we are now dealing with streaming on Netflix and Amazon Prime, Funka Kindele's film, while it was still in the cinemas, was pirated. Films that are on Netflix, you go to some websites on and you go to Telegram, this sharing platform called Telegram, and you have the link to virtually every film in the world, including Nollywood films. So, piracy has always existed. It would always exist for the Nollywood film industry. But I feel that if we maximize the bona fide means of monetization for the industry, it would remain a small leak in the bucket of revenue for the industry. But because there is a lack of infrastructure, that whether it is cinemas or locally owned streaming platforms, because of the lack of that infrastructure, the industry feels the leak from piracy, which exists, like I said, even in Hollywood. Indian films, they still pirate them everywhere in the world. So piracy would always exist. It would, no matter how much you try to curb it, it will always exist. But when you have, bona fide, robust structures, the leak will become insignificant. In the case of Nigeria right now, it is becoming significant because, the full potential of the industry through bona fide revenue streams are not working. So compared to the little leak that is draining from the industry, it becomes something that is substantial. So piracy has been in bed with Nollywood
for a while.
It's just that we need to build structure that will make it insignificant, just like it is in other industries and other territories.
Right. Well said. It gives us more room to begin to see how, there can be some form of cure to this? Because we know that research has shown that Nigeria is losing, Nollywood as a whole, and Nigerian film industry is losing almost on the annual basis 10 to 15 million naira. A billion naira, I don't know if I'm wrong or right there. You know, I mean, research has shown about 10 to 15 billion about that within those ratios. Anyways, while you were talking, we had our technical guys put up one of your clips of your movies, Badamosi. I know it was a bit challenging to get that movie out. That movie gave you some awards in the past, but we want to look back into it to ask those questions. With all the money you put in, you know, everything that you had to work so hard for to make this creative work a success, do you think you've made back the money? Do you see that? Will you rightly say that the money put in has been realized from it? I mean, it's a great movie there, and we see the quality. We see every other thing that was put in, the personality. We want to focus on the business angle. Would you say that the money was made back? And if not, why?
Badamasi is a typical example of you know, a Nigerian project, a Nollywood project that you would say ticks all the boxes in terms of the subject matter is great, it's well made,
right,
it's decently promoted, so it should make money. Unfortunately, it made money, but I still owe money on the back of the film. And let me explain. That is not very typical of the films that I make in terms of being successful at the same time and still owe money. So the peculiarity with this particular project had to do with the subject matter of the film.
Okay.
Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. When I approached him in 2016 to tell the story of his life in film, I wasn't the first to do that. A lot of people had approached him, but I think because he gave me an award in 1990, Nigerian National Youth Award, and I had
because we can see the clips. A lot of work was put in.
Yes, I had photographs from that day, and I showed it to him. So he softened with me, and I persisted. So over time, he eventually agreed for me to make the film. And my plan was that he would provide the funds to make the film. Right. I would retire after that and just live in Malibu. But then I realized that it was more difficult to get money out of him. Maybe he doesn't have, like he claims he doesn't have, than I first originally thought. So when I struggled to get him to fund the film, I decided, look, give me the right to go and make the film. I'll go and find the money. I know it's going to be successful because it's a very controversial subject matter.
With the name,
everybody in Nigeria is waiting to hear what IBB has to say about some of the things, June 12 particularly. So he gave me the permission. I said, okay, go find the money, make the film. I went to my usual sponsors and backers and said, look, we have this project. It's great. It's going to work. It's about IBB. Everybody's waiting for it.
Right.
And they provided the backing for it. So we made the film, finished the film in 2019. And it was to be distributed by Film One. Film One took it to Census Board to get certificate so that we can start in the cinemas. And we were denied a certificate.
Wow.
We pushed and pushed. The Census Board guy said, look, his hands were tied, that he couldn't do anything. And we said, okay, no problem. I went back to IBB and said, look, I have borrowed money. I've made this film. And the people that are in charge of giving us licenses to release in the cinemas have stopped us. He said we should be patient. Patient we were. And then Netflix came on board and they said, look, this film has potential to give them a new set of subscribers.
Right.
If all the military men, if all the politicians subscribe, they wouldn't be watching films every day, but they will leave the subscription running. So it was like really a great marketing tool for them. And they were interested in making it an original. We were conversing, trying to get to some agreement. They came back one day and said we had to get a letter from the Buhari government before they take it on.
Okay.
Once again, we hit a brick wall. So in the end, Amazon Prime eventually took the film, but the money that they paid wasn't enough to cover the cost of making the film. So as we speak, I still owe my investors money from that film, not because the industry couldn't offer it, but because I was limited and frustrated by the subject matter of the film that I made.
Okay, I mean, first and foremost, we want to say that was a great creative work that you put there, Badamosi, but even at that, we're hoping to see that return of investment, ROI, because we're Business TV and we always like to look deep into these things to know what makes, industries strive. And hearing this from you, anyone who's out there who's a young person that wants to get into a movie should think very well to make sure his funding is also gotten back. But again, it was a great try, and we always know that you've done something with. By the way, congratulations, you won an award with that. We know some time ago, so that was a great one. Let's jump straight into our third segment, which is deal or no deal. Only yesterday, Donald Trump mentioned that he's looking at renewing the threat, or put it this way, renewing the tariff. Some call it the threat, though. Imposed, or put this way, or put on African and other movie industry that is not based in the US. What do you think about this? Is this a deal or no deal for Nigerian movie industry? Do you think we would survive with it, or would it affect us negatively or positively?
I think it's a deal, and it's also a no deal at the same time.
But again,
it's a deal.
He has imposed it already, hasn't he?
Yes, it's a deal. It's a deal because the industry is already facing discrimination of some sort for African content. To give you an example, the streamers that are operating in Nigeria, Netflix and Amazon Prime, they value the content of our films using the number of subscribers they have. Right. So for argument's sake, they say South Africa has more subscribers, so they value their projects more than they value Nigerian projects. But when they now release those projects, they release them globally, in which case Nigerian projects are watched more than South African projects, even though South African projects are paid more. So you understand, you can now see the apartheid that is going on there. Right. So that already exists. So what it means is that we are paid for the subscribers in Nigeria, but people in America are watching our films, and people everywhere are watching our films. So what Netflix and companies like that are doing now is geographically demarcating the projects, geo-blocking the projects. So some films now you can only watch in Africa. You can't watch them outside of Africa. And when they do that, the tariffs will not apply because the tariffs will only apply to projects that are seen in. So as an industry, Donald Trump's regime of very
with the tariffs,
vindictive protectionism would not work against Nollywood, because we don't export a lot of our films directly to Hollywood. We don't have, like the British industry or the French industry or the Japanese industry or the Chinese industry, films that are showing in cinemas made in Nigeria in America. Because of that, we probably will escape some of the impact of that tariff regime. But nonetheless, we are still going to suffer, because if Netflix decides to only show Nigerian content within Nigerian geographical region, it means that we in the diaspora, in people in America, Canada, Germany, and all of those places will not be able to see those films. So I know it's part of his political negotiation to come with these very strong stance and then substance later.
Okay, because of time, I mean, we cannot exhaust everything today. I mean, I must say you're hitting the nail on the head. But just so we know, at this point, we'll ask you, do you think it's a deal or a no deal for Nigerian film industry?
If by that you mean if it's good or bad for the Nigerian industry, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, tariff is like war. Nobody wins.
Nobody wins.
In a war.
Okay. Because of time. I mean, we'll be out in the next 3 minutes. I wish you were in the studio. I could have given you a handshake saying you've agreed to something which is in mind of favor us or otherwise. Great stuff. Right. We have 2 more minutes before we leave. Let's jump on retrospect. At this point, it's important that we educate our viewers. You've been listening to the wonderful voice of Obi Emelonye. He's someone who is a big name when it comes to the movie industry. And of course, like you know, he's someone who has also come across globally over there in the UK and Nigeria here. A lot of awards to his name. I can probably not exhaust his accolades. All right, so before we go quickly, the African film industry, this is retrospect now, the African film industry has evolved from its pre-colonial and colonial roots, where film served primarily for the entertainment of the colonizers, have now moved to something better. But having heard from Obi Emelonie, you can tell that a lot is yet to come from the movie industry right here in Nigeria. And given the chance, things will grow. Mr. Obi, we want to thank you so much for being with us, for taking that time out of your busy schedule. We hope we can do a part 2 of this. Are you still there?
I'm here. Thank you. I'm here very
Fantastic.
much. Thank you.
It's a 30-minute show, so we'll have to go now. Hopefully, we'll call upon you again when we need to dive deep into other creative sectors that the Nollywood industry affects. Thank you so much, and we'll hear more from you.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So at this point, we'll have to wrap up the show. This is still BDTV you're watching. It has been wonderful having Obi listening and, of course, giving his own quota. My name remains Onyeka Valentine, right here, Industry Focus. Until next week, Saturday, or better still, next week, Tuesday. Whichever it is, stay strong. BDTV, don't go away.